problems, given all sorts of different names, and then in their 30s, 40s, or even later, somebody suddenly said, I wonder if you might be autistic.
So let me
and
ask
as
you
many
this.
of the
So we're chatting with Professor Gina Rippon from the UK about autism in girls. And I've interviewed Temple Grandin twice. She may be the most famous in the United States of people who have accomplished so much, notwithstanding a diagnosis of autism. Do you, in women and girls, do they present a little bit more verbally than boys? In other words, what is it about girls that you would say, well, they have autism, but for whatever reason, they're not being recognized the way boys are?
Well, I mean, one thing we need to acknowledge, and Temple Grandin is a good example, is that there are girls who have been diagnosed as being autistic, but very proportionally fewer than boys, and this is where the story came through. So there is a pattern of some women on the spectrum who present like some men, but because the diagnostic schedules, etc., are biased towards them, then they do get a diagnosis of autism. I think the issue is more to do with the fact that perhaps girls internalize their distress more. So not necessarily to do with being verbal, although that was certainly an early suggestion as to why girls weren't being diagnosed, because there was an idea that being having verbal difficulties was an aspect of autism. And therefore people were looking at language and saying, oh yeah, the girls seem to be quite verbal. They exchange, they have a conversation, so they can't be autistic. But I think girls girls do present differently now that we know that they have a very different kind of difficulty with social interaction. So they still have the classic autistic type problems with social interaction.
Which is what?
But
Explain that. Explain that to us.
Well,
what are the classics?
Yeah. Very early on, in the 1940s, although history suggests that it was a bit earlier than that, but the idea was that you got these children who appeared what was called aloof, very sort of isolated and alone. They had strange patterns of behavior, but one of the characteristics was they never seemed to form any kind of effective contact with their family, their parents, their peers, even the clinician that they saw every day. So they seemed like very lone, isolated figures, didn't seem to need any kind of social contact, and hence the word autism, in fact, which is a kind of self-absorbed aspect of behavior. So that was the characteristic picture of autism, whereas the girls that we're now recognizing do all that they can to try and become belong to social groups. So they still have a difficulty with being social, but they seem to really want to be social, to need to be social, which is unlike the traditional picture of autism.
Oh. So, and do you think that that's because society, that they have absorbed messages that it is healthier to be social, that it is better to be social?
I think that's certainly an aspect of it, in that the sort of gendered socialization for girls says, you must be quiet, you must obey the rules, you mustn't make a fuss, you must fit in, etc. So from a very early age anyway, girls are socialized in that particular way, and autistic girls absorb that message as well, and perhaps take it to more extremes and are aware of the difficulties that they experience, as well as sensory distress with sensory over-responsivity, and do all that they can to mask it, to camouflage the fact that they are suffering in this particular way. And hence...
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I'm listening.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm listening. So Dr. Rippon, does that mean in your survey of girls and women now who would say that they're autistic, does that mean that they have more difficulty marrying, having long-term partners, being mothers?
That is certainly a strong theme in many of the reports that I've read and the interviews I've carried out. And there's a high level, for example, of domestic abuse in female autistic populations, because they find it difficult to have relationships, and sometimes don't spot the difficulties that they should be avoiding these relationships. And because they're so keen to have any kind of relationship, they will stay in a relationship when it is clearly abusive and damaging. And certainly mothering and being a partner in a relationship, they do report as finding very difficult unless they find somebody who understands them for who they are, which is the most important thing for them.
So tell me again, if you were now looking in a preschool and you were trying to spot children with autistic spectrum disorder, and you were specifically focusing on females and not males, what would you be looking for? What behaviors?
Well, there's two things. First of all, very often teachers will say, perhaps when girls present in secondary school, they were always perfect in primary school. They're very, very quiet, always stood in the corner, maybe got themselves attached to one particular child as their best friend, or always clung to a bit clingy to the teacher. So look out for the very, very quiet ones. But there's some great observational studies looking at children in playgrounds.
Yeah.
And if you look at the boys, the autistic boys, or boys who show autistic tendencies, they tend to be clearly loners. They're sort of on their own in the corner somewhere. If you look at girls, they look as though they're part of a group. But if you look more closely, you realize they're kind of hanging around the edge, and they may or may not be included.
I know girls like that. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
So I think that's something that it's what I call the female autism invisibility cloak. They kind of fly beneath the radar, and they look as if everything is all right. Hence, they get missed. But then when life becomes more complicated and they become more distressed, then the strategies they put in place don't work anymore. And that's when they have a sort of increase in evidence of mental health issues, which may present as something like eating disorders or self-harm. But underpinning that is actually the fact that they're autistic.
It's fascinating. We're chatting with Gina Rippon from the UK. Her book, Off the Spectrum, Why the Science of Autism Has Failed Women and Girls, 203-333-9422. I have a question. You use the word stimming in your book, which I know is very colloquially familiar to people in neurocognition. I think it means self-stimulation, stimming.
That's right.
Right? And is that something that is a normal, in other words, can typical boys and girls still go through a phase or have a habit of doing that without being on the autistic spectrum disorder? Without being on the spectrum?
Yes, I think it is sort of funny little movement habits, a characteristic of lots of children. I think, as with many aspects of autism, they're taken to a greater, they're more extreme in autistic children. So when they get distressed, for example, there may be hand flapping or rocking or head banging, and it can continue for a very long time. And it's very often in response to something that disturbs them, a change in routine, for example. Yeah. And it's almost as though they're trying to calm themselves down by having a very, very repetitive type of movement. And that's true of both boys and girls. But yes, girls are much more likely to try and hide it. So they will rock very, very quietly or pick at the cuffs of their cardigans, for example.
Okay. Now, if we see this kind of behavior, if the rest of us see this kind of behavior in boys and girls, what are we supposed to do? Because it can be disturbing to typical adults. It can be, to see it.
It can be, that's right. And I think this is where perhaps early education is very important, and teachers who see a whole array of children and a whole array of behaviors throughout the day and obviously over the years, they should be well able to spot the fact that there is something more unusual about this child. And I think you use the term disturbing, and I think that's important, because if it's the kind of slightly annoying little habit of somebody tapping their pencil or something, you can ask them to stop. But if it's something which is clearly very central to this person's well-being and is also very disturbing to their life, then that's the point at which a red flag should be raised and say, what's going on here? Why is this child behaving this way?
Yeah. And do you want to have early intervention for something like that? Do you want to bring the child out of themselves?
I think intervention sometimes is a problem. I mean, first of all, being aware of what the issue is. And sometimes being aware that, for example, what triggers it, finding out what it is that has made this child so distressed. Because it could be something which you wouldn't think of. For example, somebody's put some, red tomatoes on their plate at school, at school dinner time, and you wouldn't think that was a problem, but that can be very disturbing to children who have this very strange sort of response to all sorts of sensory stimuli, which almost makes no sense to anybody else, but it's very central. It disturbs them greatly. So watching for the triggers, I think, is crucial, and not assuming that the child's just attention-seeking or bored or whatever, but realizing this is actually a genuine problem.
Okay, thank you. Gina Rippon, Off the Spectrum, Why the Science of Autism Has Failed Women and Girls. We really appreciate it. The book is marvelous. Your research is marvelous. You've given us a lot to think about and a lot to know. And I thank you for coming on the show today.
Thank you very much for the great questions.
Thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny sky and mild through this afternoon with a high in the upper 60s with a breeze shifting out of the southwest light. Clouding over this evening with showers moving in after midnight, below near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's April 14th. On this day, U.S. President Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth at the Ford Theater in Washington. He died days later.
Anybody here seen my old friend Abraham? Can you tell me where he's gone?
In 1912, the RMS Titanic, the world's largest ocean liner, hits an iceberg and sinks in the early hours of April 15th.
Iceberg, right ahead! Thank you. Iceberg, right ahead!
The number one show on TV in 1990 was In Living Color, showcasing the talents of Jim Carrey. April 14th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump hosted El Salvador's president at the White House today, and he was asked if he would return a Maryland man deported there.
How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
And administration officials present at the meeting defended the deportation. Nancy Cortez reports.
They say that they have information that they have not shown to the public that indicates that this man, who is a construction worker, a union member, is actually quite dangerous and a member of MS-13.
We learned more today about the suspect in the fire bombing at the Pennsylvania governor's mansion early Sunday. Harrisburg Fire Chief Brian Interline.
He is a domestic terrorist, and I hope that he spends a lot of time behind jail for the heinous acts that he performed here in our capital city that put not only the first family, but my firefighters at risk.
Authorities say Cody Balmer had planned to beat Governor Shapiro with a sledgehammer. His mother says she tried to get him mental health treatment, but no one would help. A strong earthquake hit in San Diego County today. It had a magnitude of 5.2. Ramona Mayor Tim Connolly.
There was no question. There was wondered if we had an earthquake. It was a real shaker. The first thud made you think someone may have dropped something, and then it built from there.
The financial markets are in positive territory today after President Trump relaxed some of his tariffs on electronics, but many other businesses aren't feeling confident, and they're already passing along the costs, as Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Some companies are charging flat fees, others a percentage of the total cost of a given purchase for everything from cars to clothing. The owner of one wellness company tells the Wall Street Journal tacking on an extra $5 doesn't even come close to covering the levy on Chinese goods, but she says it feels better than pretending everything is fine.
It was a successful Blue Origin trip to space with its all-female crew, including CBS's Gayle King.
I'm Peter King. They included scientist Amanda Nguyen, a civil rights activist and a sexual assault survivor. She came back with a message for other survivors.
You can heal. No dream is too wild.
Dreams were also the theme for STEM educator Aisha Bowe. Her message to a Blue Origin interviewer and young people everywhere:
dream it, plan it, and go and do it. I never really thought I could go to space, although I really wanted to go. And today just confirmed that dreams are real, and sometimes reality is wrong.
Peter King, CBS News.
And checking the numbers on Wall Street, the Dow is up 327 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A funeral service took place earlier this morning for the man shot and killed by Bridgeport police late last month. The funeral was held at Messiah Baptist Church on Congress Street, which is coincidentally located mere steps away from Bridgeport Police Headquarters. Friends and family of Deshaun Best remembered him as a hardworking commercial truck driver and father, among many other things, at the service. State Inspector General Robert Devlin recently released his report into the investigation of the shooting. According to Bridgeport Police, Best fled from them and displayed an object that appeared to be a gun. Best was shot twice by Officer Yoon Hiao, and attorney Darnell Crosland says images show the object was clearly a vape pen. Crosland says the family is planning to sue the department for $40 million. A fire caused major damage at a three-family home in Ansonia Sunday evening. Ansonia fire crews were dispatched to Hubble Avenue just after 6 p.m. and encountered heavy fire and smoke on the third-floor porch. Ansonia Fire Chief Alex Horgeson said everyone in the home was evacuated safely. Ansonia Fire Marshal Derek Lundeen is investigating the cause of the fire. And over 20,000 fans came out for a parade and rally in Hartford to celebrate the national champion UConn women's basketball team. The team rode atop an open-air bus on the route from the state capitol to the XL Center, where a victory rally was held. Speakers at the rally included UConn head coach Gino Auriemma, NCAA Final Four Most Outstanding Player AZ Fudd, Governor Ned Lamont, and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysewitz. UConn star and WNBA projected #1 draft pick Paige Beckers also addressed the crowd.
Obviously, we had our ups and downs, but so does everybody else. But as soon as the tournament started, we had this confident, light vibe to us that we just felt like something was different. And obviously, just how connected we were and the power of friendship, like we all talk about.
UConn beat South Carolina last Sunday to win the team's 12th national title. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
No major accidents across southern Connecticut. We do have construction delays, though, northbound on the Parkway in through Westport, exits 41 to 42. Southbound delays, Southport into Westport. Southbound Parkway delays off the Sikorsky Bridge to Route 8 with construction. New Haven County northbound on the Parkway, construction delays into the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, below near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's kick it off right here on a Monday with what else? A new tax alert for you. But this one kind of makes you go, Doesn't mean you want to pay it, but this is one that makes you think a little bit. Now, you may be in the complete and utter no tax, no way, no how they can't do this. Or this one may make you sit back and think, maybe I can avoid this. Maybe this is one extra little few pennies that's okay. What am I talking about here? Well, this, according to the Hartford Courant and other places I've been following this, has to do with helping out school systems in the state. All right, follow along here. Helping out school systems pay for guaranteed meals. A lot of the systems in the state, not all of them, but of the 169 cities and towns in the state, a lot of systems went with, and this, I guess, started as an outgrowth of COVID, went with guaranteed school breakfasts and lunch for everyone. Pretty much, I guess, every system had the option to do it. And if you were going to do it, the General Assembly said, generally the range was $2.30 for breakfast to $3.75 for lunch. Now, again, some kids didn't do it. They brought breakfast or lunch from home. But I've always been a proponent of this, saying, hey, if you're going to get kids in there early in the morning and they're trying to adjust the start time of schools, by the way, too, but that's another issue. You want to get them in there. You want to get at least something in their stomachs. And we know, as a society, there are some parents who are parents in the, shall we say, biological sense only. Insert Part A into Part B, bake for 9 months, and you know what you have. But they're not the absolute best in taking care of their kids. So a lot of these kids, a lot of boys and girls of various ages were able to more than likely get some good nutrition in them for lunch and for breakfast. Not for dinner, obviously, because a school is usually gone by then. But it turns out here, according to what I uncovered here in the Courant, turns out here that, believe it or not, despite the millions and millions and millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars we spend on education all throughout this state, some districts are still trying to absorb the cost of student debt from unpaid lunches. To the point here where some of these districts say, hey, they may cut back on the quality of the food, and others are concerned about student food insecurity. That's according to nutrition advocates. So here's the bottom line. Let me cut to the chase here, where the tax comes in. By the end of last year, so we just wrapped up 2024, right? By the end of last year, 73 school districts out of 169 in the state taking part in the National School Lunch Program had accumulated almost $867,000 in unpaid meal debt. In other words, This is $867,000 that kids could not pay, right? And that's roughly about 50% of the school district. So what is being considered right now? And in fact, this may be going on as we speak. That was that little itch you felt in your stomach, the consideration of another tax. But how about this? And I'm going to get into this here, and what this would be, and they're debating, this is House Bill 7273. They're debating this. Would you be in favor of this if the money's actually going to where they said it would be? A 2-cent per fluid ounce tax on sweetened beverages, sweetened syrups, and powders. Powders, so I guess you're talking, what, the Kool-Aid powder? If you're still drinking the Kool-Aid, maybe you're snorting it, I have no idea. But here's the pitch today. A 2-cent per fluid ounce tax on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders. What would that money then go for? That money would be dedicated to a universal free school meals program in order to reimburse local school boards and boards of ed for the money they don't have to pay off kids' lunch and breakfast debt. What are your thoughts on that? I have two thoughts on it. You may be surprised here. I have a couple of individual thoughts on this. In fact, more than a couple. So I'm not going to rubber stamp this as a hard no. I'm not. I'm simply not going to do it. But I've got qualifiers. So we'll open it up here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, 333-9422, 333-WICC. Or I set it up as a question on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. 2 cents per fluid ounce on sweetened beverages. You okay with that? Am I okay with that? I just might be. I'll tell you more about that coming up right here on WICC.
This spring, the WICC staff is live and local with everything you need to know every single day. Join Melissa in the morning starting at 5 for Southern Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. All the latest news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli goes live at 2 for the latest as you head home. And it's all live every weekday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 at 95.9.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Celebrate 16 years of amazing performances as the Happy Together Tour 2025 comes to the Palace Stamford June 18th. The Turtles, Jay and the Americans, Little Anthony, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, the Vogues, and the Cowsills, all on one stage, one night only. With a combined 55 Billboard Top 40 smashes, it's your ticket to the soundtrack of the 60s and 70s, live and louder than ever. The Happy Together Tour 2025. Tickets at palacestamford.org. That's palacestamford.org.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
When you've been hurt in an accident, you need someone by your side to help you through the injury and legal process. It's comforting to know that Ganem Injury Lawyers are there when it matters most. With decades of experience helping injured accident victims, Ganem Injury Lawyers will take on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve. Trust attorney George Ganem to fight for you. GanemInjuryLawyers.com or call 203-713-8383 for a free consultation. By your side when it matters.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tokogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Plenty of midday construction delays on the Parkway northbound between 4142 and Westport. Southbound Parkway delays off the Sikorsky Bridge down to Route 8 with road work. Southbound at 95, you have company from Southport into Fairfield with construction. Northbound Parkway heavy into the West Rock Tunnel with road work. And in the valley, we have construction delays on Route 8, both directions, Seymour into Beacon Falls. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Play your favorite draw games now at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Help available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight. The low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we are presented with a 2-cent per fluid ounce tax on sugared beverages, syrups, and powdered sugared beverages. The notion here is that if you pay that, if that's passed, it would go into the school systems here in the state and try to eliminate the debt from school lunches and school breakfasts. About half of the school systems in the state report that they're running a deficit totaling about $900,000. So look, I'm okay with paying a few extra cents to make sure kids can eat. Now, do we need to maybe redo this and figure out why this reimbursement isn't already in the budget? Okay, I'm for that. But baseline, if you tell me, hey, Paul, if you buy an 8-ounce sweetened iced tea, that's going to cost you an extra 16 cents, and it's going to go to pay the unpaid lunch and breakfast bills of kids, I'm kind of okay with that. As long as you're being honest with me. As long as you're being honest, I'm all right with that. I have always said I'm okay with paying a little bit more on my grocery bills for certain things, like real Americans, non-illegals, picking my fruits and vegetables, and I eat several fruits and vegetables every day. So I'm okay with 1 or 2 cents more per ounce if I buy a sugared beverage or a sweetened beverage, which I rarely do. That's another way you can get around it. But I'm all right with that if it goes to pay off the unpaid debt of kids in schools, in systems all over the state who are running up breakfast and lunch bills. You all right with that? Or am I the moron here? By the way, I'm asking this on our Facebook page, too. Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you favor a 2-cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages to pay for a universal free school meal program in Connecticut? Don't yell at me. I'm just asking. Ken in Stratford leads us off today. Hey, Ken, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi. Yeah, I'm with you on, 2 cents doesn't bother me, but what's wrong with charging people who have kids in public school a little extra in their state income tax to pay for this stuff?
See, can I agree with you? Are we really looking at the best way to do this? And like you, I'm okay with a few extra cents per drink container, but my gut feeling tells me they don't want to bore down here and analyze it the way you suggested.
Yeah, before you know it, though, well, 2 cents here, 2 cents there, 2 cents here. I pay tax on my Social Security.
Yeah.
Trump wants to get rid of that, but,
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. By the way, my daughter never went to public school. Somebody want to write me a check?
Yeah, well, that's another thing. But Ken, don't you think this? And I hate to be judgmental here, but I will be because I get paid for it. Isn't this at root cause a parental thing? I mean, I know some parents are strapped. I understand that, but shouldn't there be a way beyond us paying a little bit to root this out at the parental level? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. But I have a sister that's been a teacher in the inner city for 40 years, and she will tell you that the vast majority of the parents of the children that go to school are irresponsible.
That's a lot.
They're not responsible like your parents and mine or like we were with our kids. Make sure that everything, all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed. It's not happening. So if we have to feed these kids so they can learn, let them pay another $1 or $2 come out of their pay if you got kids in school. Because old guys like you and I shouldn't have to pay. We already pay.
No, that's right. Hey, Ken, thank you. Appreciate the call there to kick us off. Ken in Stratford. Look, my first concern here, honestly, my first concern is make sure the kids have enough to eat. Make sure they're not sitting there with their stomachs rumbling in the morning in first or second period. Make sure at lunchtime they're not there with a package of, peanut butter crackers while the kid next to him has is taken from the nice sandwiches at the cafeteria or eating the triple-decker that mom prepared for him. No, one thing that should not matter in bases of income should, in fact, be being able to eat. So, again, this is what I guess the hearing is going on today. And there is a bill there, and if you're a geek like me and you're scoring at home, House Bill 7273, it would slap a 2 cent per tax fluid ounce, 2 cent per fluid ounce tax on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powder. Now, what I don't know here, and I've read the bill, I don't know whether this would also apply to diet beverages. In other words, I don't drink sugared Coke or sugared anything. I can't. Well, I could, but it's not good because I'm a diabetic. So everything I drink is either water, literally, or diet this or no sugar that. But it would impose a 2 cent per fluid ounce tax on any sweetened beverages, regular soda, regular iced teas, whatever, syrups and powders. The money then, they say, would go to a universal free school meals program to reimburse local and regional boards of ed for the provision of free breakfasts and lunches. Now, part of me says the General Assembly could take care of this without, paying everything for illegals and migrants, but hey, I can't say that because then I'm not a nice person. Or maybe you hold back. I mean, we're only talking $1 million here. They can't pay the state employees a little less? Come on. You state workers are going to get $380 million in raises next year. How about being a little charitable, huh? You folks, CBAC, all you state workers unions, can you forego $1 million so kids can eat? Come on, the hell's wrong with you? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, some delays in through Norwalk, right around exits 14 to 16. Southbound, the construction cleared in Southport. Parkway still have construction northbound at 41, 42 in Westport. They wrapped up the work southbound by exit 44. Southbound still delayed from the Sikorsky Bridge down to Route 8 with road work. Construction delays northbound Parkway into the West Rock Tunnel in New Haven. And both directions still busy with road work into Seymour and Beacon Falls on Route 8. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
This is the Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Here's this week's concert listing. Friday, April 18th, Patti LaBelle takes the stage at Mohegan Sun Arena at 7:30 p.m. And Tom Jones is at Foxwoods at Premier Theater at 7 p.m. Also on Friday the 18th, it's St. Vincent at College Street Music Hall in New Haven. That starts at 7. And Danny Boone of Rehab and Scotty Austin, formerly of Saving Abel, with an acoustic show at the Webster in Hartford, doors at 7. Then on Saturday the 19th, it's Melissa Etheridge with Joss Stone at Foxwoods, doors at 7. And the Rocket Man Show, Elton John tribute at the Toyota Oakdale Theater, is at 7:30.
The Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of our 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
So 74 school systems here in Connecticut out of 169. They say they're seeing bills for unpaid student breakfasts and lunches at about $800 or $900 So an idea now has been floated for a 2-cent tax on sugar drinks, syrups, powders, soda, whatever, that would be dedicated to that in the future. So any bill for an unpaid breakfast or school lunch would be paid for. You okay with that? I might be for a little while, but isn't there a better way to do this?
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump met at the White House today with El Salvador's president, who said he won't be returning a Maryland man who was wrongly deported there last month.
How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Administration officials insisted today Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a citizen of El Salvador and the U.S. has no say in his future. We got an update today on the fire at the Pennsylvania governor's mansion early Sunday.
When we look at the fire grew fairly quickly because it was accelerated by those Molotov cocktails that were used in the firebombing.
A man is in custody. CBS's Gail King returned safely to Earth today after a 10-minute journey to space aboard a Blue Origin spacecraft.
It's oddly quiet when you get up there. It's really quiet and peaceful. And you look down at the planet and you think, that's where we came from?
On Wall Street, the Dow is up nearly 200 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport may eliminate up to 40 teacher positions in an effort to close a projected $28 million budget shortfall. The city may also furlough all school employees for a week without pay to help address the massive budget deficit. The proposals to cut costs in the district also include eliminating school librarians along with bus transportation for around 2,500 students. The proposal is still being considered by the Board of Education's Finance Committee. As the legislative session reaches its halfway point, elected officials across the state are meeting with residents to hear their concerns. Republican State Senator Steve Harding spoke with Fox 61 and said that while the Republican Party remains the minority statewide, this past election cycle had been encouraging.
We had some races where, particularly in Lower Fairfield County, where many people had written off the Senate Republican. We had resounding victories by Senator Fazio and Senator Wong.
The state GOP has made cost of living a central issue with numerous proposed tax cuts and plans to address rising energy costs statewide. While many of the proposals focus on short-term cuts to residents' monthly energy bills, Harding says that his party is looking to the future as well.
But the long-term plans is looking at ways to increase our supply, making affordability a huge aspect. I think primarily what we've seen from Democrats is they've really pushed the Green New Deal, and that we've purchased very unaffordable energy and put that on the backs of the consumers. What we're saying in the Republican caucus is we could still strive for renewable energy, but do it in an affordable manner.
State officials are also increasingly worried about a potential financial crisis in the face of increased spending cuts from D.C. Democrats, including House Speaker Matt Ritter, are urging the governor to declare a fiscal emergency and provide funds from the state surplus to address any potential losses. This move by the governor would allow lawmakers to work around the state's fiscal guardrails. In a conversation with NBC, Speaker Ritter emphasized the need to make a decision quickly.
We need to be prepared as a state for federal reductions. No one's hitting the alarm button, no one's panicking, but we have a unique system because of the fiscal guardrails. If we don't act by June 30th, 1.5 billion approximately, will go into the pension fund. We may need that money.
Governor Lamont has maintained that it is still too early to make changes to the state's existing guardrails. Connecticut lawmakers are reacting to the attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro this past weekend. 38-year-old Cody Balmer is in custody after he allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail into Governor Shapiro's mansion at 2 a.m. Sunday. The Connecticut Republican Caucus released a statement regarding the attack, saying in part, quote, Connecticut state Republicans condemn this violence in the strongest terms. It is disgusting and disgraceful. A moped rider has died in a crash with a vehicle in Norwalk. The collision happened at around 4 a.m. yesterday at the intersection of West Avenue and Reed Street. The moped rider is identified as 52-year-old Jose Oliveira, and he died at the hospital soon after the crash. The driver of the vehicle that was involved remained at the scene and was not injured. North Haven First Selectman Michael Frieda is recovering after suffering a medical episode that involved a brain bleed. Frieda's executive assistant is confirming that he suffered the medical episode last week and says he's currently recovering at home. Frieda has been ordered to take some personal time to continue his healing, and his family is asking for space to help him fully recover. No details have been released about the medical episode that led to the brain bleed. A firefighter was injured battling a camper fire in Seymour. The blaze was reported Friday afternoon at a home on Lane Street, and it took around a half hour to bring the flames under control. One firefighter was treated for an injury department officials do not believe is serious. The camper is a total loss, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. A long effort by a cannabis company to open a pot shop in Stamford near the Darien border is now over. Nautilus Cannabis has been approved by the city to open a pot shop on East Main Street. However, a nearby business filed a lawsuit to block the shop. The city's zoning board was also sued by the opponents, and Nautilus has now ended its pursuit of a dispensary at the site. It's unclear what will now become of the property now that Nautilus is no longer involved. A developer has dropped plans for a 126-unit apartment complex in Stratford. Developer Affordability LLC had been seeking to build 2 apartment buildings on Oronoque Lane. Town planners recently rejected the proposal, agreeing with opponents who say it would overwhelm infrastructure and put public safety at risk. Affordability LLC indicates that it will not appeal the decision and that their involvement with this property is now over. And the tax deadline is tomorrow, and New Canaan resident and tax expert Roy Abramowitz gave News 12 some advice for last-minute filers. This includes filing online for a quicker refund, paying attention to letters from the IRS, and taking all the deductions you can, especially if you work from home.
If you work at home, take a home office deduction and include everything. Portion of the mortgage, the real estate taxes, repairs and maintenance, landscaping, everything.
Abramowitz also said that recent federal layoffs have caused delays, so make sure you request a certified return receipt as proof of your filing. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, some delays getting northbound out of Norwalk. Also on the 7 connector in Norwalk at the end of the highway portion there at Gristmill Road. An accident reported southbound a little bit slow through Southport. Parkway looks like they cleared the construction in through Westport. A little bit slow southbound into 44. Construction still working off the Sikorsky Bridge down to Route 8 and still construction into the West Rock Tunnel into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So how about it? A 2 cent per fluid ounce tax on what they term sugar drinks, syrup, powders, I guess, to make those drinks, which I guess would be some of these, flavored water powders, Kool-Aid and all that. Do you drink the Kool-Aid? In the short term, I'm okay with that. Because, again, by strict selfishness, I don't drink them. And maybe it'll push people away from drinking the sugared stuff. But having said that, isn't there a better way we could figure this out? Because, again, according to a story in the Current and some other state filings, somewhere like 75 out of the 169 school systems in the state are running a total deficit of about $900,000 from unpaid school breakfast and school lunch bills. How is that possible in one of the richest states in a country with one of the richest counties in the richest state in the country, Fairfield County? How's that possible? I want kids to eat. And if you could guarantee to me that a few cents of the thousands of dollars I spend a year on stuff will go to that, that's okay. But I want you to promise me up there in Hartford that there's a better way to do this. I don't know. You tell me. Am I nuts? Am I being too much of a goody two-shoes? 333-9422, talk or text. Georgia in Orange has been hanging on. Hi, Georgia. How are you?
I'm on board with you. I agree. Number one, it's really a scientific thing. Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Yeah.
Children, everybody needs food and shelter, and that's a basic need. So, yes, and I do agree that there's got to be a better way. But, you know, taxing something that isn't particularly healthy is not such a bad thing for a short term.
No, and you know, Georgia, like I said, I'm a little selfish here. I've been a diabetic for 17 years. I can't remember the last time I had a full glass of sugared anything. So it likely wouldn't affect me. But I see what you mean. It's, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And everything needs a little bit of research, and I totally am on board, but I don't want to see a child suffer. Mm-hmm. They didn't ask to be born, and, you know, they're victims, so they need to eat.
Yeah. Thank you, Georgia. Appreciate that. Good thoughts there, Georgia and Orange. Yeah. Kids need to eat. And look, let's not paint with a broad brush here. I am sure, and you teaching professionals could probably tell me this, I'm sure that you have seen moderate to even middle and upper income kids be sent to school hungry or with garbage food. And I'm sure you've seen some low to moderate income kids who have decent stuff with them and breakfast. So let's not paint with a broad brush here. But having said that, there's got to be a better way to do this. But in the short term, am I okay with a couple of cents to help kids eat? Yeah, but again, in the long term, though, I want to see this as a budget item. Put it in a budget line, and then this way, our valiant legislators on both sides of the aisle can debate this. My thought. Dave in Brantford. Rose, hang on. We'll get to you. Dave in Brantford. Dave, what's up with you, sir? How are you?
Yeah, Paul, I think you're lying by minimizing, and so I disagree with you.
Okay. Yep.
I'm that stereotypical suburbanite who does not want to pay for dinner or lunch or breakfast for those people who are too poor, too cheap, or too stupid to feed their own kids. And I'm going to do my math teacher analysis here because you minimized it.
All right.
Only a few cents per ounce, and you mentioned the 8-ounce soda.
Yeah, 16 cents.
It's only 16 cents.
Right.
So I'm looking, and we rarely drink soda. I'm not that dumb. I buy 99-cent cola at Aldi's. It costs $1 to get the 2-liter jug.
It's the barrel size, right? Yeah.
And that amount is 67.6 ounces.
Times
we'll round
2.
it up to 68 ounces.
Yeah.
That means you're paying $1.40 in tax
on
a soda that only cost me 99 cents in the first place. The tax is 50% higher than the soda. And the good soda like Coke, I noticed at the Big Y this week, was 2 for $4.
Yeah.
$2 for the whole jug of fluid, and you're asking me to pay $1.50 in tax on that jug?
Dave,
for the liquid
Dave, why do you?
Container?
I'll play a liberal here. Why do you hate children, Dave?
I don't hate them. I only had 2 kids myself because we didn't think we could afford to pay for more.
Okay.
I don't want people having extra kids on my nickel.
There
it
you go.
offends my sensibility.
As a
And
math,
I think I made all the points
as
I
a
wanted.
math teacher, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
I was actually in science, but we do a lot of math.
Yeah, but that's the base of science. All right, Dave, thank you. So who do you agree with, Dave or me? Now, see, Dave ran the numbers. See that? See what he did? Cold and calculating. No, he's right. And what do I say? The numbers always win. The math wins. A 2 cent per ounce tax on sugary drinks, soda, and powders. What do you think? Is that good enough to make sure kids can eat? Or should we be looking at a better way to do all this?
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
They're changing the tax rules again. What does that mean for you?
So to be tax-free, you have to pay the tax on the money today and find the right places to store it and accumulate it tax-free forever. And then you don't care where tax rates go up in the future because you have a plan that will protect you.
To find out, join David Gagnon of First Financial Planners for Mastering Your Wealth. Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a little bit slow, both north and southbound out of Stamford. Some extra company making your way in towards Norwalk. Not a bad trip on the Parkway. Construction wrapped up at 4142. A little bit slow with construction southbound into 44 in Westport. Heading into the Sikorsky Bridge, that construction wrapped up. Construction also cleared into the West Rock Tunnel into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So there's a public hearing going on in Hartford today on a bill that would slap a 2-cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders. No, not that powder. To pay for a universal free school meal program in the state, either directly or reimburse cities or towns for a deficit they're running with that. You okay with that? Listen, I'm okay with that in the short term, maybe for a year, maybe for 6 months or a year. You know the way we kind of shifted things around for COVID? But what we need to do is then figure out a better reimbursement plan here. And I know they have what they call Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 districts. Is that getting the job done? I don't know. You teachers tell me. Folks texting in to 333-9422. Hi, Paul, could be a good idea, this tax on sugary drinks. But how about we start with getting a balanced budget? There you go. Why are they in such a deficit? It's just going to be forever. I don't understand why so many of these programs and departments are always so far in the hole with no explanation. Amen. I think that's an important part of a balanced budget plan. Thank you. Had another person text in. Let me scroll up here so I can read it. Just to point out, both parents are working sometimes multiple jobs. Unlike the good old days where a family could live on one person's income, it leads to parents not being able to be responsible, quote unquote, like parents used to be. Also, daycare for my 2 kids costs about $30,000 a year. I'm a teacher. My wife makes double what I do, and we still have weeks with less than $500 in the bank account. Oh, I know that feeling. Making parenting any more expensive will just lead to one being able to afford children, except that no one, rather, being able to afford children, except those that have the state taking care of everything. Well, that's the danger here. That is the danger. All right, a lot of folks want to talk on this. Rose in Southington. Hello, Rose. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good, Rose. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, I thought Dave was hilarious, the guy that just called in.
Well, it's that science teacher's math that always wins out. Yeah.
Anyway, so I was actually chuckling to myself, too. Let me think of something good. Well, how about tacking on a tax to the Connecticut lottery winners? I mean, I don't know. Just a thought. I mean, do you think people that gamble would really be mad that it was going to also go to something good?
I don't know. Now, see, that's interesting. Well, you could say, Rose, you could say not just the winners. I mean, if you're,
Not just the winners, you're right.
Yeah. How about a penny more on your lottery ticket? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. I think you should contact your legislator about that. How about that?
And also, too, how about Gayle King? She's got enough money to go up into space.
Well,
Katy Perry.
Yeah. Well, and Rose, thank you, appreciate it. I don't think anybody paid for that Blue Origin that Blue Origin trip, because it was Gayle King and Katy Perry and Jeff Bezos' wife there, and a scientist and an activist. So no, he did that as that was a charitable, because I think it's $250,000 a seat there on Blue Origin, or $300,000 or something like that. I would do that in a heartbeat. We'll talk about that later. I add that up as a question today, too, on our Facebook page. I would go, whether it's Elon Musk's Dragon or the Blue Origin thing, strap me in, tighten me down, and let's go, baby. Light this thing. Mike in Westport's here. Hello, Mike. How are you? Hello, Mike.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, Mike, you're up. You're on, sir. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, it would be very hard to define what a sugar drink is, since almost all drinks have sugar in them.
Well, sure, yeah.
And additionally, the prior gentleman who cited those numbers, especially on larger volume containers,
yeah,
they were. He illustrated how crazy it would be. But I do have a suggestion.
Sure.
Most people aren't aware of it, but we do pay 7.35% tax on all carry-out food items and prepared foods.
Yeah.
Which is a point greater than our ordinary sales tax.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps they could allocate some portion of that 7.35% to this school lunch program. I think that would probably be the best solution of all.
Mike, that is a great idea, and thank you for hanging on and telling us that, Mike in Westport there. Yeah, that, again, there's that tax, too, that we didn't used to have, that we do. And I went out to one of my favorite dine-in restaurants last night, my usual once-a-week treat to moi, and I looked down, and I said, oh, yeah, the dine-in tax I'm paying now. Dine in, dine out, dine up, dine down. Dine, dine, dine. We'll tax you when you have flatulence, yes. Do you favor a 2-cent per ounce tax on what they're calling sweetened beverages, powders, I guess, on Kool-Aid, anything with sugar in it, Kool-Aid? They have these powders now you mix with water and syrups, too. I guess people still use syrup to mix with. I don't know. I drink 2 things. Well, 3 things. I drink coffee, Diet Coke, and water. 1 cup of coffee, couple of glasses of Diet Coke a day, and a lot of water. Trust me. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, what's up with you?
Reverend.
Yes.
I've got 2 ideas for this.
Okay, number 1.
1, put it on their Connecticut tax return, and all these people that want to pay for other kids' lunches and breakfast, they can put money in there and whatever.
I might do that. I might check that off. I like that. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. My second idea
is
to go to all the schools, plow under the football, baseball fields, and plant food, and they can feed that. And then in the winter, they can take these basketball courts, and put them into hydroponics, and they can grow their own food
Bob,
to feed the kids.
You are, if nothing else, creative. Let me tell you that. So Bob wants I did not have hydroponics as a word I thought I would hear today. It's part of science class. We all did it. Look it up. Here's a guy who can pay for a lot of kids. A rich Democrat, Jose in Shelton. Jose, how are you?
Hey, Paul. I got the best idea of all.
Okay.
Some of the ideas you had on are good ideas, but I got the best one of
Okay,
all.
how do you feed the kids? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Alcohol.
You mean, tax, but you want another booze tax.
The booze. Here's why. Here's why, Paul.
Yeah.
I've been agreeing with you. You could tax the sugary drinkers also. They won't know. They'll be too messed up on sugar. Here's what you do.
Yeah.
I was at a club over the weekend.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
With my son.
Yeah.
It was a lot of young people and a couple of seniors like myself.
Yeah.
They don't care what they pay.
They don't care. They don't care.
You know why? It's mostly college students.
Yeah.
And they got their dad's credit card.
That's it.
You could charge them $20 a beer.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah, they're looking at that. They're looking at some chick over there, going, maybe if I buy her a drink, you never know what could happen.
And then you got the guys tripping over themselves to buy a drink. So you put that tax on alcohol, they won't even feel it, kids. You know why? They're too stoned to even look at the credit card.
Because they're looking at her. They're looking at some.
They're looking at something else. Now, I had a great time at that Deerfield bar that I won't disclose.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of parents' credit cards being used.
Oh, you were
a college crowd.
You were watching the plastic was flying. Is that what you're saying?
Was flying. If you said this is $10. They're like, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
5 minutes later, for the same drink, you said this is $20.
Doesn't matter.
College kids, they don't care.
Jose, it's a Jose. Jose, it's like that old college. Thanks, Jose. It's like that old country song. What was the title of that? Now I got to get it right. She was a 10 at 2 and a 2 at 10.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, a little bit slow, both north and southbound out of Stamford. Some extra company making your way in towards Norwalk. Not a bad trip on the Parkway. Construction wrapped up at 4142. A little bit slow at construction southbound into 44 in Westport. Heading into the Sikorsky Bridge, that construction wrapped up. Construction also cleared into the West Rock Tunnel into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, so roughly half of the 169 cities and towns, school systems in the state, about 75 of them or so, say, hey, collectively we have a deficit here of about $900,000. So it's under $1 million, but it's up there. Well, deficit from what? Deficit from kids, and by association, their parents or their guardians not paying their full bills on the school breakfast or school lunch programs. Now, the kids still get fed, but there's kind of a stigma, whatever. You hear about celebrities paying these bills off. So there is a bill being debated, I think today, it's on the docket for today, to raise a tax of 2 cents per fluid ounce on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders. Now, I have to find out, does this mean diet beverages are off limits here? Anyway, the 2 cents per ounce. So you buy an 8-ounce sweetened Coke or Pepsi, that's an extra 16 cents. That 16 cents would then go, they say, to clearing up the debt of unpaid school lunch and breakfast bills in Connecticut. You on board with that? Morally, I am, but there's got to be a better way here. So what do you think? Talk or text. Send some texts too. I've gotten a few of those so far today. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Administration officials repeatedly defended the deportation of a Maryland man to El Salvador during a visit to the White House today by that country's president, Attorney General Pam Bondi.
That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us.
Matt Piper reports.
Sitting next to President Trump in the Oval Office, El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele says he won't return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United States.
The question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
Abrego Garcia's lawyers insist he has no affiliation with any gangs and has never been charged or convicted of any criminal offenses in the U.S. or in El Salvador.
I just asked the president, it's this massive complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please?
Matt Piper, CBS News.
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's fire chief Brian Interline spoke to reporters today about the fire at the governor's mansion over the weekend after police said the suspect scaled an iron security fence with Molotov cocktails.
When I got that Molotov cocktail in my hand, I know at the end of the day, I'm going to create damage, destruction, and probably going through the terrorist's mind was, I want to kill somebody.
The fire left significant damage and forced Governor Shapiro and his family to evacuate. The governor was not harmed. An earthquake rocked San Diego County today with a magnitude of 5.2. Tim Connolly is the mayor of Ramona, California.
I just got a call now that there are multiple broken windows in San Diego Country Estates. It's about 3 miles from me.
There are no reports of any serious injuries. A historic antitrust trial is underway today for Meta Platforms. CEO Mark Zuckerberg has taken the stand. At issue, Meta's acquisition of Instagram and WhatsApp. CBS's Jolene Kent.
In the eyes of the FTC, one company owns too much of the different social media products that so many people use. But in the eyes of Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, they say, no, it's still a really competitive landscape out there. And, we are one of many players, and there is still a lot of choice out there.
CBS's Gail King went to space today for 10 minutes on a Blue Origin spacecraft.
The flight instructor said that I am her best success story. Why? Because she's never had somebody go through the course who's terrified of flying.
It was an all-female celebrity crew that included singer Katy Perry. President Trump said today he might temporarily exempt the auto industry from tariffs. That comes after he relaxed some tariffs on electronics. And on Wall Street, the Dow is up 459 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
As the legislative session reaches its halfway point, elected officials across the state are meeting with residents to hear their concerns. Republican State Senator Steve Harding spoke with Fox 61 and said that while the Republican Party remains in the minority statewide, the past election cycle has, in fact, been encouraging.
Had some races where, particularly in Lower Fairfield County, where many people had written off the Senate Republican. We had resounding victories by Senator Fazio and Senator Wong.
The state GOP has made cost of living a central issue with numerous proposed tax cuts and plans to address rising energy costs statewide. While many of the proposals focus on short-term cuts to residents' monthly energy bills, Harding says that his party is looking to the future as well.
But the long-term plans is looking at ways to increase our supply, making affordability a huge aspect. I think primarily what we've seen from Democrats is they've really pushed the Green New Deal, and that we've purchased very unaffordable energy and put that on the backs of the consumers. What we're saying in the Republican caucus is we could still strive for renewable energy, but do it in an affordable manner.
A moped rider has died in a crash with a vehicle in Norwalk. The collision happened at around 4 a.m. yesterday at the intersection of West Avenue and Reed Street. The moped rider is identified as 52-year-old Jose Oliveira, and he died at the hospital soon after the crash. The driver of the vehicle that was involved remained at the scene and was not injured. A funeral service took place earlier this morning for the man shot and killed by Bridgeport police late last month. The funeral was held at Messiah Baptist Church on Congress Street, which is coincidentally located mere steps away from Bridgeport Police Headquarters. Friends and family of Deshaun Best remembered him as a hard-working commercial truck driver and father, among many other things, at the service. State Inspector General Robert Devlin recently released his report into the investigation of the shooting. According to Bridgeport Police, Best fled from them and displayed an object that appeared to be a gun. Best was shot twice by Officer Yoon Hiao, and attorney Darnell Crosland, who represents the family, says images show the object was clearly a vape pen. Crosland says the family is planning to sue the department for $40 million. And Connecticut lawmakers are reacting to the attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro this past weekend. 38-year-old Cody Balmer is in custody after he allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail into Governor Shapiro's mansion at 2 a.m. Sunday. The Connecticut Republican Caucus released a statement regarding the attack, saying in part, quote, Connecticut state Republicans condemn this violence in the strongest terms. It is disgusting and disgraceful. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 a little bit slow out of Stamford, Greenwich. Not too bad further north. Looking okay in through Westport, Fairfield, Southport. Overnight construction cleared on the Parkway into Westport and Fairfield. Southbound's looking good now off the Sikorsky Bridge. No major problems into New Haven County on the Parkway. 95 a little bit slow. Milford up into West Haven. Construction also out by Route 8, both directions up by the bridge into Seymour. And 84 looks good through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight and a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where the text or call, text or voice, telephone numbers 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, voice or text. We're talking to you about, I guess, what's going on this afternoon, maybe even as we speak, a public hearing on a proposal to implement a 2-cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages to pay for, in some way, a universal free school meal program in the state, which I guess cumulatively is running about a $900,000 deficit right here, spanning the numbers from about half of the state's cities and towns. I think it's 75 of the 169 cities and towns. Look, I'm okay inherently with if a few cents of what I spend goes to make sure some kid is getting a decent breakfast in the morning and a decent lunch in the afternoon and can actually, stop their stomach from rumbling and pay attention to what the teacher's saying. I'm okay for that. But long term, we have to figure this out. But a lot of folks are weighing in on this 2 cents per ounce tax on sweetened beverages. And Chris, besides doing news and getting you folks on the air, he's watching as I am the responses to the Facebook page. Chris, a few of those. What do we have there?
My personal favorite, Paul, comes from Anthony, who says, "First my nips, now this."
We're talking about nips as in the little 50 milliliter alcohol bottles, not Anthony's nips. Yes. What else do we have there, Chris?
Well, His Holiness Pope Steve the
26th, I think. 25,
27th.
27th. Yes.
Stop already. No new that's in all caps.
All caps. Yes. And give us one more. What do we have there?
Jay says, who stays up at night dreaming of new taxes and coming up with a healthy way to sell it? It's still a tax.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. So we're watching your responses there. Do you favor a 2 cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages to pay for a universal free school meal program in Connecticut? Now, and I just took a look at the bill. I didn't have time to read it. It's like 8.5 pages. You know how bills are presented in the line by line, and each line has a different number. So this is 8 pages. In fact, I'll tell you right now. This is This is 100. Hold on. This is 199 lines. I haven't been able to read it all. So I'm just wondering here, if they say sweetened, does that mean artificially sweetened too? I'm going to have to message folks I know at the Capitol to say, hey, has anybody in your office read this? But there's a bigger idea here, a bigger picture, is there not, of how generous we want to be as a society to make sure kids eat for school. Now, you and I can sit here and say, well, it's the parents' responsibility. Yeah, and we all know that there are some real dingbat, asinine pseudo-parents out there. We know that. Well, it's the school board's responsibility to make sure that they allocate money. Okay, I agree with you on that. All you need to do is look at the Bridgeport Board of Education. They're $30 million in the hole. So a lot of times the parents are not the answer, the guardians aren't, and even those who put together the school budgets are not. So what do you make of this? Look, if somebody told me tomorrow, hey, Paul, 2 cents on your soda, whatever, or 2 cents on your drinks, we can guarantee that the kids can eat off of this, I'm okay with that. But I'm only okay if long term we come up with an idea to make this affordable and make it transparent. I'm okay with a couple of cents for now. Long term,
You wake up with WICC to start your day, and you keep us on in your car and while you're at work. But there's another place you'll find us, right in your email. Sign up for the WICC newsletter and be the first to know about all the local Fairfield County happenings. Best of all, it's free. The Voice of Connecticut is right in your inbox. Get signed up now at voiceofct.com.
How low can you go? No, it's not a limbo contest. We're asking about how low can the radon level in your home go? With Apex Radon Solutions as your trusted local radon mitigation expert, the answer is lower than you ever thought possible. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free radon test.
When disaster strikes, whether it's a house fire, furnace malfunction, or burst pipes, trust me, Felicia, the owner of Robin Hood Adjusters, to be your advocate. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in increasing the settlement value of your insurance claim and shielding you from unethical, lowball offers by the insurance giants. Visit RobinHoodAdjustersCT.com and see how I can help protect your interests and get you the compensation you deserve. At Robin Hood Adjusters, I work for you.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hey Yankees fans, on Sunday, April 27th, when the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays, take your family out to the ballpark for the chance to receive a brand new giveaway. It's Hershey Park Kids Ticket Giveaway Day. The first 10,000 kids 12 and younger will receive a Hershey Park Kids ticket, courtesy of Hershey Park. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Blue Jays on Hershey Park Kids Ticket Giveaway Day, Sunday, April 27th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can. thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, some extra company out of Stamford in through Darien. Not too bad. Fairfield Southport Parkway's not bad. New Canaan looking pretty good up into Westport Fairfield. Route 8 accident southbound in coming out of Seymour into Beacon Falls near exit 24 with delays. Northbound appears to be easing. 95, some extra company in through West Haven. Parkway looks good up to the West Rock Tunnel. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for all your baking and cooking needs, offering expert knife sharpening. Call 203-337-4118 or kitchen-corner.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So would you be okay if you went to your, convenience store, your bodega, you go to your gas station, whatever, and you pick up that, what's a bottle of soda, 12 ounces now? And you like a nice, everybody says Coke, how about a nice Fanta? Oh, my God, can I get a Fanta orange? And it's got sugar in it, and that's going to cost you an extra 16 cents under this proposed law in Hartford. Would you be okay saying, well, I know it's another 16 cents, but, hey, as long as it goes to pay school breakfast or lunch debt for some kids, I'm okay. Because I'm fat, happy, white, and suburban, and I, throw away $30 a week at my drive-through coffee place, right? You okay with that? Or are you in the mode of, hell no, let the school districts figure it out? See, what I'm telling you here is I'm okay with it short term, maybe a year or two, but long term, you got to do better. You do. You just got to. I think anyway. Matt in Derby's here. Hello, Matt. How are you, sir?
I'm okay, Paul. No, I don't want to pay it.
No?
No. 16 cents here, $1 over here, $2 over here.
Yeah.
And, it's not just, I don't mind paying for children that are our poverty.
Yeah.
The problem is nowadays, and I know teachers, they pay for everybody's school lunch or breakfast. I mean, they make more money than I do, and I'm paying for the kids' lunch. I think there's something a little screwy here.
Yeah, because, and that's a lot of people don't know, Matt. They made this universal because it was easier than saying, well, Darien, we're not going to pay because it's an upper income area, but Bridgeport will pay. A lot of these tiers are universal. Yes.
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I mean, and even in some of the poorer districts, the kids running in with $200 sneakers on.
Well,
in a Tommy Hilfiger jacket, and I'm paying for his lunch. I don't. Mom and Dad, get off your butt, make your kids some breakfast in the morning. That's part of the problem. The parents are just lazy. That's a big part of it.
What do you got against Tommy Hilfiger, though, man? No, I'm just kidding.
You know what I'm saying.
It's a little out of my price range. Matt, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, listen, it's a little out of my price range. I don't do Gucci bags. You look at me, you don't think Tommy Hilfiger. You think Tommy Big Nose. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Come on. We all knew one or two of those guys, especially around the 4th of July. Tommy's got the sparklers there. Bozzy's with us. Boz, good afternoon. How are you?
So I go to give blood work today.
Yeah.
And, when you get to the ER, I'll get to my point in a minute. But, you got to rattle off all the doctors. So I'm having fun with this girl, Lisa, and I'm rattling off whatever. And I get to the end, and I go, Duchess. And she said, would that be Dr. Where is he located? I said, right next to the car wash, son.
Jeez. Anyway.
My wife. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, the guy that just called, I think you should hook him up with ice. Man, that he's got the right demeanor. Look, those kids, make sure girls go to the parents.
Yeah.
He was great. Call Tom Holman, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So my point is this.
Uh-huh.
There are 13 tablespoons of sugar in a can of Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
So what we want to do is we want people to buy poison so the kids can get money. So why don't we just put a soda machine outside these elementary schools? This is like recycling sugar.
Yeah.
Where do they come up with it? My grandfather paid $11 a week for 12 people.
Yeah.
$11 a week for 12 people. And the guy with the sneakers, look at what the parents are wearing. Go see what the TVs that they got in the house and how many Netflix and Prime and blah, 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 blah. The 2 cents, and once you start with 2 cents, you see what happens to the
well, that's the problem.
When people have kids, right? There's got to be sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be sacrifice. You can't have everything all the time. And for those 18 to 22 years, like the guy said, get up. Like our people, the Italians, right?
Yes.
My mother, they used to take stale bread and make cereal.
That's it. Or breadcrumbs. You grind it down. You make breadcrumbs. Yeah.
You make breadcrumbs. I mean, my mother, you ready for this?
Yeah.
My mother was one of 10. The other 3 were from a previous marriage, and that woman died, and my grandfather married my mother. Whatever.
Yeah.
5 women plus my grandmother.
Yeah.
And they were so poor they had to use sheets for tampons.
Jeez.
And my mother had to wash those strips in the one bathtub, then bleach it for the 5 brothers and the father.
Well,
5 women and a mother. You know how many times my mother or her sisters were on their hands and knees with those strips?
It's just
and have to cut new ones.
Yeah.
So when you come to people like, who have that history, and there are people today that have that work ethic.
And
not everybody needs. They're there, but this is. I'm with you. If the state has a surplus, they're into all this liberal stuff. Let them pay for it because the people that went
Steve,
to Catholic school.
Yeah, that to me, and I do have to run. I'm up against the time. Wise, Steve. Thanks as always. That's the conundrum here. Is that we're in supposedly this uber-rich state in this uber-rich part of the country, right? So follow along here, folks. And we are, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess we are just we know, the word escapes me here, but it's a foregone conclusion. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a foregone conclusion that the state employees, for example, are going to get $350 to $400 million of raises. We're spending probably a few $100 million a year to take care of undocumented or illegals. I don't know how you want to put it. We're spending to expand that program. There's rumors of an expansion of $40 million to $250 million a year. What I'm saying is this: we have all these costs and say, well, we have to pay for that, and we have to pay for that, and we have to pay for that. But some of the stuff that you would think that you could relieve people of or find creative ways to pay, the mouth breathers up in Hartford will sit there and they'll say, well, no, you can't do that. Why can't you do that? I mean, again, this Hartford Courant story that I, base the open off of, they're saying that the cumulative deficit for these unpaid school breakfast and lunch bills around the state, I want to get the exact number here it is, $862,555 in unpaid meal debt. Okay. There are some employees at the Yukon Health Center, John Dempsey Hospital, making way more than that. Individuals. Now, again, these are resplendent and world-renowned doctors and researchers. I get it. But see, this is the sort of thing that people look at and say, well, wait a minute. We're thinking of passing a law over about $863,000 in unpaid meal debt, which is not a good thing. But yes, we're going to sit here in a couple of years, no matter who's governor, and hand state employees another $400 million in raises. We're going to sit and spend how many hundreds of millions of dollars on migrant care, non-citizens, if you will. I mean, it's mind-numbing. We just bonded out another $600 million on the state credit card. But we're going to pass a law over $863,000? Please explain that to me.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a little bit slow out of Stanford up through Darien. Parkway starting to build New Canaan West to Route 7. Both roadways not too bad. Fairfield, Southport. Route 8 doing okay up through Shelton, but we have an accident southbound in Beacon Falls on the Beacon Falls Seymour line near exit 24. Delays in both directions, couple miles of stop and go. 95 is a little bit slow in through Long Wharf, especially southbound. 84 is not too bad through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, in the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
With uncertainty in the air, it's easy to feel overwhelmed about your financial future. Now, more than ever, when it comes to planning for retirement, don't go it alone. Bridgelight Financial Advisors is here for you, creating a personalized strategy to help you secure and navigate the retirement you deserve. Retirement isn't just about having enough, it's about feeling confident, no matter what tomorrow brings. Plan for a stable, confident retirement, no matter what the world throws your way. With Bridgelight Financial Advisors, call or visit them today at bridgelightadvisors.com.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
More than 90% of poisonings happen at home, but there are things you can do to keep your family safe. Visit poisonhelp.hrsa.gov or call 1-800-222-1222 for tips on how to poison-proof your home.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump welcomed El Salvador's president to the White House today. He said he would not be returning a Maryland man deported there, and President Trump added there will be many more.
I just asked the president, it's this massive
complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please?
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's fire chief had more details about the fire at the governor's mansion early Sunday and the suspect.
This fire was meant to get that satisfaction of I was able to displace the governor. I was able to attack the governor, right? This was a personal attack.
Police say Cody Balmer admitted harboring a hatred for Governor Shapiro. A 10-minute Blue Origin space flight had an all-star, all-female crew today, including singer Katy Perry.
It is the highest high, and it is surrender to the unknown, trust.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up more than 400. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport may eliminate up to 40 teacher positions in an effort to close a projected $28 million budget shortfall. The city may also furlough all school employees for a week without pay to help address the massive budget deficit. The proposals to cut costs in the district also include eliminating school librarians, along with bus transportation for around 2,500 students. The proposal is still being considered by the Board of Education's Finance Committee. North Haven First Selectman Michael Frieda is recovering after suffering a medical episode that involved a brain bleed. Frieda's executive assistant is confirming that he suffered the medical episode last week and says he's currently recovering at home. Frieda has been ordered to take some personal time to continue his healing, and his family is asking for space to help him fully recover. No details have been released about the medical episode that led to the brain bleed. A firefighter was injured battling a camper fire in Seymour. The blaze was reported Friday afternoon at a home on Lane Street, and it took around a half hour to bring the flames under control. One firefighter was treated for an injury department officials do not believe are serious. The camper is a total loss, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. A long effort by a cannabis company to open a pot shop in Stamford near the Darien border is now over. Nautilus Cannabis had been approved by the city to open a pot shop on East Main Street, but a nearby business filed a lawsuit to block the shop. The city's zoning board was also sued by the opponents, and Nautilus has now ended its pursuit of a dispensary at the site. It's unclear what will now become of the property now that Nautilus is no longer involved. A developer has dropped plans for a 126-unit apartment complex in Stratford. Developer Affordability, LLC, had been seeking to build 2 apartment buildings on Oronoque Lane. Town planners recently rejected the proposal, agreeing with opponents who say it would overwhelm infrastructure and put public safety at risk. Affordability LLC indicates that it will not appeal the decision and that their involvement with this property is now over. A fire caused major damage at a 3-family home in Ansonia. Ansonia fire crews were dispatched to Hubble Avenue just after 6 p.m. Sunday evening and encountered heavy fire and smoke on the 3rd-floor porch. Ansonia Fire Chief Alex Horgeson said everyone in the home was evacuated safely. Ansonia Fire Marshal Derek Lundeen is investigating the cause of the fire. State officials are all increasingly worried about a potential financial crisis in the face of increased spending cuts from D.C. Democrats, including House Speaker Matt Ritter, are urging the governor to declare a fiscal emergency and provide funds from the state surplus to address any potential losses. This move by the governor would allow lawmakers to work around the state's fiscal guardrails. In a conversation with NBC, Speaker Ritter emphasized the need to make a decision quickly.
We need to be prepared as a state for federal reductions. No one's hitting the alarm button. No one's panicking. But we have a unique system because of the fiscal guardrails. If we don't act by June 30th, $1.5 billion approximately, will go into the pension fund. We may need that money.
Governor Lamont has maintained that it is still too early to make changes to the state's existing guardrails. The tax deadline is tomorrow, and New Canaan resident and tax expert Roy Abramowitz gave News 12 some advice for last-minute filers. This includes filing online for a quicker refund, paying attention to letters from the IRS, and taking all the deductions you can, especially if you work from home.
If you work at home, take a home office deduction and include everything. Portion of the mortgage, the real estate taxes, repairs and maintenance, landscaping, everything.
Abramowitz also said that recent federal layoffs have caused delays, so make sure you request a certified return receipt as proof of your filing. And over 20,000 fans came out for a parade and rally in Hartford to celebrate the national champion UConn women's basketball team. The team rode atop an open-air bus on the route from the state capitol to the XL Center, where a victory rally was held. Speakers at the rally included UConn head coach Gino Auriemma, NCAA Final Four Most Outstanding Player AZ Fudd, Governor Ned Lamont, and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz. UConn star and WNBA projected #1 draft pick Paige Beckers also addressed the crowd.
Obviously, we had our ups and downs, but so does everybody else. But as soon as the tournament started, we had this confident, light vibe to us that we just felt like something was different. And obviously, just how connected we were and the power of friendship, like we all talk about.
UConn beat South Carolina last Sunday to win the team's 12th national title. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still a very heavy ride into the valley with an accident by exit 24 into Beacon Falls. We have heavy delays southbound, northbound delays off the bridge into Seymour as well. Parkway slows a little bit. New Canaan up to Route 7. Heavy 41, 42 in Westport. More company up by the Route 25 ramps into Trumbull. 95's heavy through Stamford. Patchy volume in through Fairfield, Westport. And 95 busy into Long Wharf into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to your thoughts, calls, observations, texts on this 2-cent per fluid ounce sugary drink tax that they're thinking of up in Hartford. But speaking of drinks, there's a segue. I'm sure lots of, let's see, coffee, soda, Celsius, 5-hour energy, whatever the guys and gals need covering the Trump White House to get through the day, being consumed as we speak. Torian Small joins us from D.C. on that. Hey, Torian, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, doing well. Flawless transition.
Yeah, they told me that in disc jockey school. Hey, listen, obviously, maybe you don't need caffeine. Do you even need caffeine there with how things are breaking back and forth either way with the Trump White House here, especially, Torian, on the tariff situation? What are we hearing today? What are you folks hearing as the latest on this?
Well, we know there's this growing trepidation, especially within the Republican Party, to challenge the president's very aggressive trade policy actions. But what we saw last week, though, I think was quite a big reversal and a moment in how Trump is proceeding with international trade when he decided to do this 90-day pause on tariffs on countries outside of China. With China, he instead is deciding to ramp up the measures because of their retaliatory tariffs. So far, though, we've heard from Republican lawmakers here on the Hill who, before that pause, were cautious to outwardly express their dissatisfaction with the president's movements on this. In fact, we saw 7 Republican senators come forth and sign on to a resolution that essentially rebuked the president on this. But yeah, so far, though, the response to the pause has been the opposite. Republicans and Democrats are saying this is a move in the right direction, but a lot of them are hoping it's more of a permanent move instead of one that's a bit more volatile.
Yeah, and Torian, we heard over the weekend rumors and then I guess something out of the White House, correct me if I'm wrong, about, well, maybe we won't attach these tariffs to what else? Smartphones, which I guess made Samsung and Apple and some of these other companies happy. Are they sticking by that, or is that even up in the air now?
Well, for the time being, it appears so. And I think part of the decision-making on that is the fact that that would be an immediate hurt to the American consumer. These are, I think, the best examples of just how coupled the United States economy is with China, and especially for those things like smartphones, semiconductor chips, even clothing. This is a daily I think, privilege that most Americans don't realize come from the labor of Chinese exports. And I think the president and the White House, especially considering the fact that Donald Trump ran on, cutting costs, lowering prices, it would be a very hard pill for his voters to swallow if he went ahead with increasing tariffs, especially on those goods. But other goods, for example, I think in the ag industry will still be taxed. It's just a matter of what's the most immediate impact that could hurt the vast majority of Americans, which is why we're seeing Trump pull back at least what he's saying he'll pull back on for now.
Torian Small live from D.C. for us. Hey, Torian, thanks. Good to chat with you. Take care. Be safe, and we'll chat down the road. Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
Appreciate it. Torian Small there. Yeah, that was the big buzz over the weekend. The whole thing on the tariff front. Did you hear that? That the White House is saying, okay, maybe we'll do what they call a carve-out for, what did I mention last week and the week before? Smartphones. If you build a smartphone here in the U.S., with American labor, unionized labor, with American regulations and all that, if you build those here, that smartphone that you're financing through AT&T, Verizon, whatever, whoever your carrier is, and you say, well, you work that into your bill, it's $20 a month, it comes out to $675, $700, $800 over 2 or 3 or 4 years. You're right. You're okay with that. You want the best and the newest and the biggest and the brightest and the shiniest and the best camera. Well, you suddenly start doing that with American labor. That smartphone goes from $600, $700, $800 to $1,000, $1,100, $1,200. So again, this is now the sweet spot that the White House is having trouble finding. They have to figure this out. Yeah. Americans, we like our stuff, as Torian said, from smartphones to T-shirts. But there's a reason that Walmart T-shirt or that Target T-shirt is $8 versus $35 because you look at the label, oh, look at that, made in Malaysia.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
If you're in the market for a great deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire for your absolute best deal. Because at Town Fair Tire, you get the guaranteed lowest price on any Toyo tire. Plus, you get free services for life. And we honor all valid Toyo tire rebates. For the absolute best deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still a very heavy ride into the valley with an accident by exit 24 into Beacon Falls. We have heavy delays southbound, northbound delays off the bridge into Seymour as well. Parkway slows a little bit, New Canaan up to Route 7, heavy 41, 42 in Westport. More company up by the Route 25 ramps into Trumbull. 95's heavy through Stamford, patchy volume in through Fairfield, Westport, and 95 busy into Long Wharf into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Now we got you all fired up today, don't we, huh? At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, or you can do what a bunch of folks have done. Go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you favor a 2 cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages? I guess soda. Does juice count? Juice is sweetened. But if it's naturally sweetened, like orange juice, is that the same thing as like Kool-Aid, whatever? I don't know. But again, here's the theory. A 2 cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages to pay for a universal free school meal program in the state. Because I guess there's a deficit now of about $900,000. They're saying, well, can't pay this. Got to have the taxpayers do it. Now, showing my softer side here, I'm okay with this in maybe for a year or so, but then give me a better way to do it. Put this in the general budget, just the way you need to get rid of that public benefits thing on the electric bill. Let's figure out a better way to do that. Chris has been watching some of our, I should say, varied and colorful responses to my question about a 2 cent tax on per ounce on sugary drinks. Chris, is it safe to say people are not enthused with this? Maybe
more or less. The consensus is that thumbs down, big thumbs down, like Chuck, who says an emphatic no.
Yeah.
We pay enough in taxes. I'm not willing to pay so much as 1 cent more for anything.
Wow. Chuck doesn't want the kids to eat. I'm kidding, Chuck. It's a joke. Loosen up. What else do we have there?
Anthony says our previous caller, Dave, took the words out of his mouth. That cents adds up big time in big bottles and cases.
Okay.
A 10-count case of soda is 120 ounces times $2.40.
Okay.
This 2 cents per ounce will add up big time.
All right, there you go. Give us one more here. Want to give us one?
John says, sounds pretty much like socialism to me.
Wow.
In other words, another tax. Again and again, this socialist state of Connecticut has enough money to supply school lunches and get rid of the word universal.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Chris. 203-333-9422. I don't know. None of you people want the children to eat. I'm kidding. Relax. Vinny in Stanford's with us. Vinny, good afternoon. How are you? How you doing, Vinny?
I'm doing good. I was sitting on I-95 the other day.
Yeah.
In traffic and bumper to bumper usually down at Stanford up to Norwalk. That turnpike's ridiculous. The guy in front of me, all right, his windows are down. He's smoking dope. I could smell that skunky smell, and it's going right into my windows. He's driving, and I'm getting high like crazy, and I'm in the smoke. Okay?
So wait a minute, Vinny, hold on, Vinny. The guy in front of you was just sharing, Vinny. That's all. That's what he was doing. Yeah, so you got a nice high, and what else?
Yeah. So what we should do is tax these guys because, they're spending so much money on the marijuana. Tax again the marijuana. Let them pay for the free lunches and have a nice day.
All right, Vinny, thanks. I like that. Contact high. Look at that. See, that's the wonderful, relative, very progressive theory behind the public use of marijuana. The guy in front of Vinny there was able to get his high behind the wheel. But again, we can't let the cops stop those people. No, no, no. You need a secondary violation. Oofa. And Vinny caught his little high there, too. So you had two satisfied citizens off of one episode there. Bumper to bumper on 95. How about that, Vinny? Thank you. That might be the call of the week. We're only an hour and 51 minutes into the show this week. That could be it. Dave and Meriden say, "Oh, Dave, are you still home alone, Dave? Are you still home alone?"
Yeah, still home alone till Saturday.
Yeah. I know what you did yesterday. You sat there with your feet up, had something nice to eat, and you watched the Masters all day, right? Am I right?
You better believe it. And what else could you do on a cold Sunday afternoon?
Yeah.
But, hey, somebody mentioned earlier about the lottery.
Yeah.
Here's an idea, and I just texted this into you. The state has a lot of money, millions, that they don't pay out because of unclaimed tickets.
There you go.
Take some of this unclaimed money, pay off these lunch deficits, and you still have money to spare.
And Dave, that's a great idea. Thank you. And you know what else they use the unclaimed money for, which I'm okay with? That public education, the CEP, I believe it is, the Citizens Election Fund, CEF or whatever it is, the money you can get to run for governor here. And there are millions. I mean, heck, whomever wants to do it, Aaron Stewart is trying. If she can raise $350K on her own, she's going to get like 15 or 18 million bucks. So listen, and members that, people running for the General Assembly can do that too. So you mean to tell me we can't take $1 million of that or a couple of million and write a check to all these school districts and say, hey, all right, we know you're 40 grand of the hole feeding kids. Here's the money. Right now you're evened out zero and start the new year. We can't do that, right? Man. Joe's here in Norwalk. Hey, Joe, how are you?
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
How
What's
are
on
you?
your mind? I'm good, Joe. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm all support about, helping the kids and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But, you start a tax on sugar drinks. Then before you know it, you got a tax on chocolate milk, regular milk, and all the other beverages. One of the things that have been discussed and kicked around is how about the tolls? Bring back the tolls, all these truckers, all this traffic. If we started to bring back the tolls, we'd have more than enough to feed more than enough kids and supplement some of the programs.
Joe, that's an interesting thought, and thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Look, I will be honest and say I was one of the, I think, loud voices against the tolls. Not so much for raising the money, but I simply did not and still do not trust where that money will go. Now, they say, well, the tolls, we're going to go for the special transportation fund, whatever. Joe, in theory, if you told me, hey, you're going to pay $2 a week in tolls, you're only going to go through a couple of toll scanning areas, and it's going to be 20 cents each time you do it. And we will guarantee you, Mr. Pacelli, Connecticut voter, that toll money is going to go for health clinics, for feeding kids, upgrading the food in some inner city schools that have trouble with kids and nutrition. I would say, you know what? All right, okay. Lock that in for 10 years or 15 years. In other words, by law, you could not raise that toll. Every time my Easy Pass or my license plate goes past A, B, and C, I'm forking over 40 cents a day or 30 cents a day. All right, maybe I would think about it. Maybe. But the fact of the matter remains that I don't trust what's written into these bills. I don't trust a lot of the people that support this stuff. And it's a matter of trust, like Billy Joel sang all those years ago. Great song, kind of a deep cut. Doesn't get a lot of airplay. Matter of trust, Billy Joel. Check it out. But having said that, the devil is in the details. And for example, I just told you I downloaded this bill regarding the 2-cent per ounce tax on sugary drinks. And it's 9.5 pages of legalese. And I'm sure, I'll try this tonight, but I'm sure that if I get to page 5, line 177, subparagraph 3, it may say, although said bill will start at 2 cents per fluid ounce, wouldn't surprise me in there if it goes to 3 and 4 in a few years. You're so cynical, Paul. Yes. Absolutely, I am, yes.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 with some delays out of Stamford up through Darien. A little bit heavy at Route 7. Patchy volume will call it Fairfield Southport. Parkways with a heavy wave. New Canaan Rest up to Route 7. Busy now into Westport, 4142. No accidents reported, but very heavy through there. Accident, though, Route 25 near Pepper Street, making your way into Monroe. Route 8 looks pretty good. Derby, Shelton, accident cleared in Seymour by exit 24. 95, moderate volume into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, you want to weigh in on this? Talk or text to 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422. Public hearings set for today, probably going on right now in Hartford as we speak on a proposed 2-cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages. The beverages, syrup, it says, powdered stuff. I guess that's for Kool-Aid and some of these drink flavorings. You know, you mix it with yourself. You buy the water and then you mix it here. The money from that tax, 2 cents an ounce, is supposedly going to go to help cities and towns pay delinquent bills for school lunches and school breakfast. I'm kind of torn on this. I'm okay with this up front for a very short time. Very, very short. But then show me you're figuring it out here. Please. There is no reason. I don't care how you figure this out. But in the state of Connecticut, where we have some of the highest income people anywhere. And I'm not blaming those people. They can do with whatever they want with their money. But how is it where we have a state that pays its employees hundreds of millions of dollars, we pay hundreds of millions of dollars to take care of illegals? Why are some of these school districts in the red?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Protesters in support of a Maryland man who they say was wrongly deported protested outside the White House today.
President Trump, bring Kilmar home now. Bring Kilmar home.
Inside, President Trump hosted El Salvador's president, and members of the Trump team, like Secretary of State Marco Rubio, defended the deportation.
This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin.
CBS's Nancy Cordes with President Bukele's position.
He was equally forceful. He said that he is not in the habit of releasing terrorists from the infamous prison where Alberto Garcia is being held right now. And he said there's no point in him sending him to the U.S. if he is as dangerous as the White House says.
The Trump administration insists the man is a member of a notorious gang in El Salvador. Chanel Call has the latest on the investigation into the fire at the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania and the suspect, Cody Ballmer.
Police have not said at this point whether there's a clear motive. They did, though, release an affidavit, and in that affidavit, they say that Ballmer said that he was harboring hatred for the governor and that he wanted to beat the governor with a hammer.
Ballmer faces multiple charges, including attempted murder. An earthquake shook areas of Southern California today, as Matt Piper reports.
It hit near the city of Ramona, where Tim Connolly is mayor.
There was no question. It wasn't like you wondered if we had an earthquake. It was a real shaker. The first thud made you think someone may have dropped something, and then it built from there.
According to a U.S. Geological Survey map, the quake was felt widespread across Southern California and into Mexico. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Correspondent Jolene Kent is following the antitrust trial of Meta Platforms. CEO Mark Zuckerberg has been on the stand at issue the company's acquisition of Instagram and WhatsApp.
The lawyer for the FTC said, quote, that basically Meta, formerly Facebook, decided the competition was too hard. It would be easier to buy out rivals rather than compete with them.
The markets have reacted favorably to President Trump's relaxation of some tariffs on electronics, but Kelly O'Grady tells us it's more tariff whiplash for businesses trying to plan.
You have so much back and forth, so much uncertainty. A lot of businesses right now, a lot of investors that I'm talking to are going, we felt like we had everything sort of figured out, but it just feels like it's a moving target.
And checking the numbers this hour on Wall Street, the Dow is currently up 312 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport may eliminate up to 40 teacher positions in an effort to close a projected $28 million budget shortfall. The city may also furlough all school employees for a week without pay to help address the massive budget deficit. The proposals to cut costs in the district also include eliminating school librarians along with bus transportation for around 2,500 students. The proposal is still being considered by the Board of Education's Finance Committee. As the legislative session reaches its halfway point, elected officials across the state are meeting with residents to hear their concerns. Republican State Senator Steve Harding spoke with Fox 61 and said that while the Republican Party remains in the minority statewide, this past election cycle had been encouraging.
We had some races where, particularly in Lower Fairfield County, where many people had written off the Senate Republican. We had resounding victories by Senator Fazio and Senator Wong.
The state GOP has made cost of living a central issue, with numerous proposed tax cuts and plans to address rising energy costs statewide. While many of the proposals focus on short-term cuts to residents' monthly energy bills, Harding says that his party is looking to the future as well.
But the long-term plans is looking at ways to increase our supply, making affordability a huge aspect. I think primarily what we've seen from Democrats is they've really pushed the Green New Deal, and that we've purchased very unaffordable energy and put that on the backs of the consumers. What we're saying in the Republican caucus is we could still strive for renewable energy, but do it in an affordable manner.
Connecticut lawmakers are reacting to the attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro this past weekend. 38-year-old Cody Balmer is in custody after he allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail into Governor Shapiro's mansion at 2 a.m. Sunday. The Connecticut Republican caucus released a statement regarding the attack, saying in part, quote, Connecticut state Republicans condemn this violence in the strongest terms. It is disgusting and disgraceful. And over 20,000 fans came out for a parade and rally in Hartford to celebrate the national champion UConn women's basketball team. The team rode atop an open-air bus on the route from the state capitol to the XL Center, where a victory rally was held. Speakers at the rally included UConn head coach Gino Auriemma and NCAA Final Four Most Outstanding Player AZ Fudd, UConn star and WNBA projected #1 draft pick Paige Beckers also addressed the crowd.
Obviously, we had our ups and downs, but so does everybody else. But as soon as the tournament started, we had this confident, light vibe to us that we just felt like something was different. And obviously, just how connected we were and the power of friendship, like we all talk about.
UConn beat South Carolina last Sunday to win the team's 12th national title. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, just a brief slowdown out of Stamford, a quick tap in through Norwalk, some extra company in through Southport, Fairfield. Parkway, a brief slowdown at the New Canaan Rest, heavy into 4142. Fairfield, Trumbull side, not too bad. Route 8, Derby, Shelton, okay. Much better up into Seymour, Beacon Falls, that accident long gone. Accident, though, Route 25 near Pepper Street in Monroe. 95's busy into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A 2 cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages, and that money would then pay for a universal free school meal program in the state. It would be, I guess, divvied out to cities and towns. Remember, Connecticut has 69 cities and towns. So every one would be eligible, I guess, for some cash to make sure they break even on kids buying school lunches and breakfasts. What do you think of that? Are you okay with that? Now, as a couple of our callers have pointed out so far, 2 cents doesn't sound like a lot. But as one of our callers pointed out earlier, you got one of those. What's a 2 liter? How many ounces is that? 40, 50 ounces, 60 ounces, whatever. Sometimes that tax would be higher than what you're paying for the soda or the juice or the mix or whatever. See, I'd be okay with this in the short term, maybe a year or two, but then lawmakers should step it up and say, hey, I don't know, take 0.25% from the lottery take. You think you can do that? Isn't the lottery supposed to go to education? Remember that? Oh, we're going to have our kids are going to be so smart because of the lottery. All right. There should be an easier way to do this. There should be. Maybe there isn't. Maybe the idea is they want to keep it difficult. But on face, I don't think 2 cents is bad to make sure some kids are fed when we're dealing with Cavone parents sometimes. But there's got to be a better way, or maybe there's not. Ron's been hanging on for a while in Norwalk. Hey, Ron, how are you, sir?
Doing well. Good afternoon.
What's on your mind, Ron?
How much do the superintendents of schools make? Cut their salary by 5% on all 169 and see how quickly they solve that budget gap.
There you go, right, Ron? Problem solved, right?
What does the average superintendent make? $250,000?
It's about $250 a year. Some make close to $300. Yeah, some make close to $300. Yeah.
Certainly in Norwalk.
Yeah, it's not. Those are pretty good gigs. Ron, thanks. I appreciate that. I like that. Just to me, to me, if we're suggesting legislation to cover a problem that even the Hartford Courant says is about $800,000-900,000, okay, maybe you do it briefly, but can we then? Because we supposedly have all these smart people in the state. Can we then put all those heads together at Yale and at UConn and at Quinnipiac and at Sacred Heart and at Wesleyan and at Conn College to maybe figure out a better way to do this?
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Chances are this has happened to you. You're driving in the rain and then... Yeah, you meant to get those wipers replaced, but it was another one of those things you just let go, and then it was too late. Planning for retirement is a lot like those wipers. If you don't plan ahead, well, this happens. David Gagnon has been helping people plan ahead for retirement for over 3 decades. He can help you with financial surprises that pop up, like taxes on your Social Security check, sky-high Medicare premiums, income that doesn't keep up with inflation, and of course, losing money in a market downturn. Call David today for a free consultation. 203-872-0009. That's 203-872-0009. And make sure your retirement works like this and not like this. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities. Licensed in Connecticut.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Annie C. Courtney Foundation is calling on compassionate individuals to provide a loving home for children in need. With over 3,000 kids in Connecticut's foster care system, the demand for licensed foster families is ever growing. From newborns to teens, Connecticut children need a supportive environment, and your family could be the perfect fit. By becoming a foster parent, you can make a life-changing impact. Visit NEC.org to learn more. Your kindness can change your life. That's NEC.org.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Lighter than normal overall on 95 coming out of Stamford. Just a brief slowdown, a little bit of company into Westport around Sherwood Island Parkway. A little bit slow into Route 7. You stay heavy into 41, 42. Route 8's a good ride. No problems. New Haven County on the Parkway. Newtown, Southbury, okay on 84. Accident cleared. Route 25 near Pepper Street in Monroe. Courtesy Carpet, now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring, brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Thank you, Mr. Big Voice. Appreciate that. We'll get back to open phones. A lot more coming up on the show. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Welcoming in this gentleman who is known far and wide as the commuter advocate here into and through Fairfield County in the state. You can read his columns at the Connecticut Mirror and numerous other places. We talk, of course, about Jim Cameron, who hasn't been with us for a while. Hey, Jim, it's Paul. How are you, sir?
Paul, how are you? I'm just fine, thanks.
I'm doing well, Jim, and thank you. Great to have you back on. I really liked the piece that you wrote. It's up in the Connecticut Mirror. It went up, yesterday? Avello Airlines neither woke nor broke. And, Jim, you didn't take all that long to lay out what's pretty much a simple situation here that I think can be solved by consumer choice. But what are your thoughts on this?
So the backstory is that Avello Airlines, which is the beloved, almost hometown airline of New Haven, it's actually headquartered in Texas. Avello Airlines has taken on a contract with ICE to deal with deportations of immigrants from this country. Now, the point I was making in the article was what they are doing is perfectly legal if you disagree with the deportations. And in fact, I do disagree with the deportations in most cases because there has not been a due process of law. The way to deal with that is not to penalize one little airline that has taken on a perfectly legal contract to fly its airplanes. The way to deal with it is in the courts. Now, the pushback I have received since my article hit is just phenomenal.
Wow,
I mean,
really?
I can't share with you.
Oh, I know.
Some of the accusations that have been made against me. I'm a Nazi. I'm a fascist.
Oh my God. Oh.
And I just think I didn't make myself very clear. I try to write very clearly.
No. Jim, you made yourself clearly. See, the problem with all sides of everything now is if you don't check off all the boxes, Jim, you and I are Nazis. It's mind-boggling. It really is. It just is.
Well, it's unfortunate that people don't take a little more time to be thoughtful. I actually had other people say to me, you know, you make a very good point there. I'll give you your space this time, or let's agree to disagree. But, the deportations have been going on for a long period of time. Avello Airlines was carrying deportees under the Biden administration. They're a charter airline. They don't really care about who their passengers are or what the destinations are. They're in the business of flying airplanes. They fly school groups from Yale and other universities. They do any kind of charter that's possible. And I think it's just short-sighted to penalize them as a business when your anger is better focused on who's causing these deportations. And if they're not legal, take it up in the courts.
Yeah, and Jim, if we look at any industry, or for that matter, Jim Cameron, other airlines, I would hazard to say bus companies may be involved in this. I don't know. But again, there are aspects of American society, Jim, as you say, you and I may disagree with or agree with on some levels. It works on both sides of the aisle, but I'm all for the power of the pocketbook. I'm not for the mob mentality here that is suddenly coming down on them. And they're not that big of an operation, Jim. 300 people in and around New Haven and about, 1,200 or so. So it's not like you're battling, one of these big behemoth airlines here. They asked for those fuel subsidies from the state for a reason, right?
Yeah, they have, I think it's 27 airplanes total.
Yeah.
They are dedicating 3 airplanes that are only going to be flying in and out of Arizona, where these deportations will occur. There are no deportations planned out of New Haven. Now, yes, they have been receiving a tax break from Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
They're not paying, I think it's state sales tax on the aviation fuel that they buy here. But, I mean, look at the turn of attitudes. I mean, Mayor Elliker in New Haven was just falling over backwards. I love this airline. They're so great for us. And they've had hundreds of thousands of very happy passengers.
Yeah.
And, now the neighbors aren't exactly crazy about some of the noise levels and the amount of traffic that's going on there. But to do an immediate about-face like that, I think just says you really haven't read the room. Remember, now, Connecticut did not necessarily vote for Trump, but I would guess that there are probably quite a few passengers on a Velo airline that do support the deportations. And I don't think that a boycott of this airline, is going to work. I think they've probably factored any, potential loss of customers into their equation about whether or not to take this contract. Yeah, it is a little off-brand. It's, I made the analogy. It's like, going to a manufacturer like Patagonia, which is about as green as a clothing manufacturer can get, and finding out that they're making prison guard uniforms. Well, this is not quite the same thing.
And Jim, again, now it's interesting that he said this. I'm going to take him at his word. I was kind of, maybe not shocked, but my eyebrows raised when the CEO, the boss of Avelo, pretty much came out and said last week, hey, we're doing this so we could survive. And I love how the way he spun that, saying, hey, because we have these inference there, well-paying government deals that'll let us maintain our service in New Haven and elsewhere. So, hey, Jim, this is not a big margin business. You know this as good as anyone else. How often do we see airlines go under or get bought out because they just can't pay the bills?
Well, and they, as many other businesses in this country, are facing a potential recession if the tariffs kick in at the levels that were mentioned last week. If the economy starts to tank, guess what? People are not necessarily going to be flying, Avelo or otherwise. And I think that they're saying that that the operations in New Haven have not been making the money that they were expecting, and they don't want to lay off people who are working there. And this is one way of keeping the overall airline going, so that the New Haven operation can continue as well, too. Now, they're privately held. I haven't seen their financials. I don't know if anybody else has. But what I really just object to is this knee-jerk reaction that anybody that is in favor of something that the president is proposing is immediately a Nazi. I'm sorry, I'm not a Nazi.
God. Jim, if you need me during any civil or criminal proceeding to testify for you in a
character witness,
yes, or an amicus or an amicus brief, I'm not a lawyer. Gosh darn it, Jim, I'll try to write one for you really quickly in about the minute and change we have left. I guess. There are some, did I see, Metro North routes, Jim, that are a tad quicker these days? Did I see that? A few trains a day? What's going on with that?
Well, you're teasing what's going to be a future column.
Oh, okay.
They actually did improve the running time of a couple of the trains that leave really early in the morning out of New Haven.
Yeah.
And improved speeds a little bit. But now they're kind of giving the impression that, all Metro North trains are running faster. Well, not necessarily so. A couple of them are, but that doesn't mean that they're all running faster.
All right, we'll wait for that column.
Stay tuned for details on that one.
Yes, and this is the guy who gives them to you on the roads, the planes, the trains, our buddy Jim Cameron. This one, Avelo Airlines, neither woke nor broke. Folks, don't pay attention to what these email nuts are saying about him. He's a good guy. I've known him for a lot of years. Jim Cameron. Hey, Jim, take care, my friend. We'll be in touch.
Thanks, Paul. Stay well.
Appreciate it. Jim Cameron there. I mean, see, this is ridiculous. Folks, freaking relax. I know a lot of you hate Trump. I get that. I understand that. A lot of people hated Obama. A lot of people hated Clinton. A lot of people couldn't stand the Bush father and son duo. But for God's sake, can we stop? And I say this about the right, too. Not everybody is a libtard who disagrees with you, okay? Not everybody is a tree hugger, a dumb tree hugger who cares about the environment. And on the opposite end, you people who may not agree with me on some stuff, for God's sake, Jim Cameron just lays out the scenario here of why everybody might want to take a break, and he gets bombarded. Freaking relax, okay? As a friend of mine always says, go outside, go away, touch grass. Take a walk. As a buddy of mine I used to work with in this business, he used to look at people and say, call your grandmother. How about your grandpa? Are they still around? Be happy they're still around. Call mom. When was the last time you talked to your grandmother? Maybe that'll mellow you. Maybe that'll mellow you out just a bit.
Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, just patchy volume out of Stamford. A little bit slow out by Sherwood Island. Parkway, brief slowdown. New Canaan Rest getting up into Norwalk. Pretty heavy, though, once you pass Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield side just starting to build. Route 8's not too bad now. New Haven County 95 busy into Long Wharf. Accident cleared Route 25 near Pepper Street in Monroe. 84 is not too bad into Newtown, Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything related to the trees on your property, K&J Tree Service should be your first call. They're my go-to for all of my tree issues. Did you know K&J has 0% financing available right now? You can apply from your phone. There's no credit impact. There are loan options within seconds, and they're also offering special discounts like $250 off of $2,500 jobs or more than $500 off a $5,000 job. Are your trees in distress? Is your yard losing its charm? Well, then let K&J Tree Service bring your landscape back to life with their expert tree care solutions. At K&J Tree Service, they understand the importance of maintaining the beauty and safety of your outdoor space, and their team of certified arborists offer top-notch services, including tree trimming, tree removal, stump grinding, and so much more. Go to kjtreeservice.com for your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, and you can also text them for a free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Unlock the potential of your business with Constep, Connecticut's premier manufacturing consulting firm. For over 25 years, Constep has focused on growth opportunities and client success in a changing manufacturing world. Their expert team of trusted advisors offers tailored solutions combining technical know-how with workforce strategies for transformative results. To help your manufacturing company reach its full potential, visit constep.org and schedule a free consultation. That's CONNSTEP.org.
If you've been injured in an accident and are dealing with the pain and suffering from injuries as well as the unexpected financial burden, you need an attorney by your side. You need Ganem Injury Lawyers. The truth is, insurance companies prefer not to deal with Ganem Injury Lawyers because they know attorney George Ganem will maximize your settlement and get you the compensation that you rightfully deserve. Contact Ganem Injury Lawyers for a free consultation. They don't get paid until you get paid. GanemInjuryLawyers.com. Call 203-713-8383.
Talk or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WIC. So how you figuring this? You like this? A 2-cent per ounce tax being bandied about up in Hartford. Now, this is just a public hearing today. It's nowhere near becoming law. But maybe 2 cents is a lot. Maybe it should be a half a cent or whatever. But what about some sort of a tax on sugary drinks? We know what we're talking about here. Sodas, maybe non-juice drinks that look like juice but really aren't. With that money, then, a cent down the pipe there to help retire debt from kids whose families can't afford school breakfasts or lunches.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump hosted the president of El Salvador today at the White House, where members of his administration defended the deportation of a Maryland man to a prison there. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem visited the prison last month.
This is a clear consequence for the worst of the worst, that we have somewhere to put them.
President Trump said there will be more deportations. There was a 5.2 magnitude earthquake in Southern California today. Ramona Mayor Tim Connolly.
We all moved to the center of the room and assured each other that we were okay, but none of us knew how long it was going to last, or if that was the worst that we'd already seen or the beginning.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg took the stand in an antitrust trial today. Tech consultant Ian Shure.
The key question is whether or not Facebook should have had the right to buy its competitors, and in particular purchase Instagram and WhatsApp.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A funeral service took place earlier this morning for the man shot and killed by Bridgeport police late last month. The funeral was held at Messiah Baptist Church on Congress Street, which is coincidentally located mere steps away from Bridgeport Police Headquarters. Friends and family of Deshaun Best remembered him as a hardworking commercial truck driver and father, among many other things, at the service. State Inspector General Robert Devlin recently released his report into the investigation of the shooting. According to Bridgeport Police, Best fled from them and displayed an object that appeared to be a gun. Best was shot twice by Officer Yoon Hiao, and Attorney Darnell Crosland says images show the object was clearly a vape pen. Crosland says the family is planning to sue the department for $40 million. A moped rider has died in a crash with a vehicle in Norwalk. The collision happened at around 4 a.m. yesterday at the intersection of West Avenue and Reed Street. The moped rider is identified as 52-year-old Jose Oliveira, and he died at the hospital soon after the crash. The driver of the vehicle that was involved remained at the scene and was not injured. A firefighter was injured battling a camper fire in Seymour. The blaze was reported Friday afternoon at a home on Lane Street, and it took around a half hour to bring the flames under control. One firefighter was treated for an injury department officials do not believe is serious. The camper is a total loss, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. North Haven First Selectman Michael Frieda is recovering after suffering a medical episode that involved a brain bleed. Frieda's executive assistant is confirming that he suffered the medical episode last week and says he's currently recovering at home. Frieda has been ordered to take some personal time to continue his healing, and his family is asking for space to help him fully recover. No details have been released about the medical episode that led to the brain bleed. State officials are increasingly worried about a potential financial crisis in the face of increased spending cuts from D.C. Democrats, including House Speaker Matt Ritter, are urging the governor to declare a fiscal emergency and provide funds from the state surplus to address any potential losses. This move by the governor would allow lawmakers to work around the state's fiscal guardrails. In a conversation with NBC, Speaker Ritter emphasized the need to make a decision quickly.
We need to be prepared as a state for federal reductions. No one's hitting the alarm button. No one's panicking. But we have a unique system because of the fiscal guardrails. If we don't act by June 30th, 1.5 billion approximately, will go into the pension fund. We may need that money.
Governor Lamont has maintained that it is still too early to make changes to the state's existing guardrails. A fire caused major damage at a three-family home in Ansonia Sunday evening. Ansonia fire crews were dispatched to Hubble Avenue just after 6 p.m. and encountered heavy fire and smoke on the third-floor porch. Ansonia Fire Chief Alex Horgeson said everyone in the home was evacuated safely. Ansonia Fire Marshal Derek Lundeen is investigating the cause of the fire. A long effort by a cannabis company to open a pot shop in Stamford near the Darien border is now over. Nautilus Cannabis had been approved by the city to open a pot shop on East Main Street, but a nearby business filed a lawsuit to block the shop. The city zoning board was also sued by the opponents, and Nautilus has now ended its pursuit of a dispensary at the site. It's unclear what will now become of the property now that Nautilus is no longer involved. A developer has dropped plans for a 126-unit apartment complex in Stratford. Developer Affordability LLC had been seeking to build 2 apartment buildings on Oronoque Lane. Town planners recently rejected the proposal, agreeing with opponents who say it would overwhelm infrastructure and put public safety at risk. Affordability LLC indicates that it will not appeal the decision and that their involvement with this property is now over. And the tax deadline is tomorrow, and New Canaan resident and tax expert Roy Abramowitz gave News 12 some advice for last-minute filers. This includes filing online for a quicker refund, paying attention to letters from the IRS, and taking all the deductions you can, especially if you work from home.
If you work at home, take a home office deduction and include everything. Portion of the mortgage, the real estate taxes, repairs and maintenance, landscaping, everything.
Abramowitz also said that recent federal layoffs have caused delays, so make sure you request a certified return receipt as proof of your filing. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, just a brief slowdown out of Stamford, then you're heavy again up by Sherwood Island. Parkway's not bad. Greenwich up through Norwalk, very heavy. Route 7 up to 42 in Westport with an accident reported. Fairfield-Trumbull side, not too bad. Route 8 looks good into the valley. 95's heavy. Milford Orange into West Haven. Parkway's not too bad up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And you know, once again, thanks to our commuter advocate, our longtime buddy. I've been talking to this guy for, 20 years plus. Jim Cameron there. Check out his column on Talking Transportation. He's available to be read on a lot of different platforms, primarily, though, the Connecticut Mirror. And how sad is that? That you have a situation where Jim, who listen, he will talk about how politics weaves into some of the transportation issues that he also reports on. But this guy isn't any flag waving somebody or some other person from the right or left. And how sad is it? And I'm glad he mentioned that because, man, this drives me crazy. It's okay to be involved in politics. It's okay to be passionate about it. But sometimes we just have to pump the brakes on going crazy over this and understand that people's politics affects what they do because it's personal. And we don't have... We seem to have, there's a phrase I use, I like to use, and I don't know whether I came up with it or subconsciously I heard it somewhere. We've lost all sense of proportionality to our thinking. Now, I say a sense of proportionality. How many of us, when we were growing up, knew somebody, a family friend, somebody we hung out with, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, whatever, mom or dad, grandma or grandpa, Nana or Papa, who would say, it's not a big deal, relax. And we would get upset with that. Oh, my God, don't tell me it's not a big deal. Blah, blah. But they were right. It's not a big deal. And to people sniping at Jim Cameron, and maybe some of you are listening right now, but to people accusing him of this, that, and the other, MAGA, Nazi, because he simply wrote a column saying, by the way, if you haven't been following this, if you are not a news and or a political junkie, here's what we're talking about here. And to snipe at somebody like that, it's ridiculous. It is beyond ridiculous. And look, you may say, well, Paul, you do a show that fuels that. Well, maybe yes and maybe no, because what do I always say on the show? In the end, it ain't going to matter, because we're all going to die. None of us gets out of here alive. I'm sorry to tell you. Turning 64 the other day, I said, I'm on the downside here, kids. Let's make the approach to whatever ends nice and smooth. Kick out, don't lean over my skis. Those of you who ski, you understand that. But having said that, come on, relax with the Savello thing. But listen, it doesn't mean, and I'm going to have another guest on it next hour from the Republicans in Hartford who are telling their compatriots across the aisle, calm down, relax here. Okay? But the problem is now is we over the past few years, and you can say a part of it's been talk radio, you can say a part of it's been whatever cable news channel you like, we tend to automatically look at the political end of this when sometimes it just ain't there. Sometimes the political end of something is common sense. Common sense tends to be tends to be nonpartisan. I'd like to say that. So again, if you want to check it out, check out our show podcast with our chat with Jim Cameron. We can do that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But I'm not going to drop away from this. Calm down. Everybody calm down. Nobody's goose-stepping in the street, okay? Calm down. Nobody's goose-stepping. Nobody's hanging swastikas anywhere. The world functions. The world is fine. The world just functions. There's no military in the street. Anybody who thinks that this government would allow Donald Trump to just sit there and do something without doing anything about it is the furthest thing from logical thinking that I have ever heard in my life. Do you think any president of any party here in the U.S. would simply be allowed to do something and everybody's going to stand around going, what time's the Yankees tonight? Oh, yeah. Oh, the Mets are on tonight. The Yankees are up. Come on, people. Again, like whoever said it in your life, even if it ticked you off, just relax. It's not a big deal.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Maritime Chevrolet Fleet Solutions takes the headache out of managing your company vehicles. Our program is designed to save you time and, most importantly, money throughout the entire life cycle of your company vehicle, ordering, financing, maintaining, and upgrading. This way, you can focus on your business and put us to work instead. If you own or manage a fleet of commercial trucks or cars, let us show you how to evolve your business at MaritimeChevy.com. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed higher but off the highs of the day today as President Trump offered some tariff exemptions for technology companies and products and also said he may help out automakers as well. We had a 312-point rally in the Dow closing off its highs. It was up more than 500 at one juncture, ending at 40,524. The S&P up a little more than 0.75% or 42 points to 5405. NASDAQ well off the day's lows, up 0.2%, 107 points to 16,831. 10-year note yield fell to 4.38%, down sharply, but so was the dollar. Oil ticked up 11 cents to 61.61 a barrel. Gold down $17 to 32.27 the ounce. Goldman Sachs up today, delivering better than expected quarterly results as we get deeper into earnings season. Have a handful of economic numbers out this week as well, but at corporate earnings season, along with uncertainty over whether or not these pauses or exemptions and tariffs are temporary or permanent, will dominate the conversation for the remainder of the week.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, just a brief slowdown out of Stamford. Then you're heavy again up by Sherwood Island. Parkway's not bad. Greenwich up through Norwalk. Very heavy. Route 7 up to 42 in Westport with an accident reported. Fairfield Trumbull side, not too bad. Route 8 looks good into the valley. 95's heavy. Milford Orange into West Haven. Parkway's not too bad up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight and a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I have an honest question here because every so often you see stuff in the news and you say to yourself, come on, is this real? And I'm sorry I'm going to have to mention Bridgeport here, but I will. And again, you look at certain stories, and I even post these stories, and I have people I work with and other people I know commenting like, again? Bridgeport again. Again with Bridgeport. Bridgeport again. And my reaction to this was, Bridgeport again? Now let me read something to you to set this up, to set this segment up, because this isn't rocket science. You go to the great God Google and you find this. Lying under oath before a grand jury. Hear that? Lying under oath before a grand jury, which is a form of perjury, can lead to serious consequences, including fines and imprisonment, as well as potential enhancements to sentences in related cases. The penalty for federal perjury can be up to 5 years in prison. Again, false statements can affect the integrity of the fact-finding process, which is a concern of the government. Okay, so what that means is don't lie in front of a grand jury, because ultimately you will get singled out. They will find you. There will be testimony. One lawyer will say to the other, the fact-finding, and you're screwed. Again, lying under oath before a grand jury, which is a form of perjury, can lead to serious consequences, which makes me laugh because you read this from yesterday in the Connecticut Post. Ex-Bridgeport Board of Education members lie to a grand jury involved a 2018 campaign event at Dolphins Cove. Now, you remember what this was, the Dennis Bradley campaign, saying the activity that night was a party for his law firm and not for his campaign. Anyway, but again, former Board of Education Chair Jessica Martinez has admitted she lied on a federal witness stand as she testified about a night of alleged illegal campaign activity at the former Dolphins Cove restaurant. A grand jury found that the Dolphins Cove event, which was omitted from the campaign's financial disclosures, raised $6,000 for the campaign and would have disqualified them from later getting $84,000 from a state Senate election fund. The grand jury indicted Martinez and Bradley on wire fraud charges, yada, yada, back in 2021, according to Jared Wardell's story. Here's my question, and maybe this is rhetorical. I just need to vent here. Will you allow me? Thank you. Did anyone tell Jessica Martinez, don't lie in front of the grand jury? I'm sure she had legal representation. Maybe she took it upon herself. But what is wrong here? And it's Bridgeport all the freaking time. The Board of Ed, the police department, the mayor's office. There's always something. Do people not understand stuff in this city? There's always something. I don't know what her conversations were with her attorneys or with Dennis Bradley, and frankly, I don't care. How do you not know that lying to a grand jury is not a good idea? Did you never learn that in school? Or are you under the mistaken notion that I'll get away with it? Guess what? You won't. How do these people ascend to levels of leadership is beyond me. And it's sad because it gives the city a continued black eye. Bridgeport's got wonderful people in it. It's a wonderful, vibrant city. But my God, the swelling never goes down. There's always a black eye, a festering cut, stitches that have to be taken out over something. I mean, this stuff now with the Board of Ed, now they're saying, well, it's only $28 million over there. Who budgets? Can somebody explain to me who in the hell budgets so sloppily that now you have to scrape away and save $28 million? It's maddening. But then again, people lie to a grand jury. I don't know. I just, maybe we are all in a big petri dish, as some people say. Maybe the great God, the creator, is some alien. I don't know. I feel better. Kathy in Ansonia is with us. Hi, Kathy. How are you today?
Hi, Paul. I have two comments.
Sure.
One towards your saying, everybody calm down. There's nobody goose stepping in the street.
There isn't. No, there isn't.
And do we think that the people around Trump would allow him to do that?
Mm-hmm.
And also, people coming down about, I forget his name, who wrote, Jim Buchanan, the editorial opinion about Avello. I guess
Jim Cameron. Jim Cameron. Yes, Jim Cameron.
Oh,
yeah.
Jim Cameron. Sorry.
Okay.
I guess I have a little shorter comment.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of that where we draw the line.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe he can say, all right, they're a business making a business decision on who to deport or carrying deportees. And for him, it just bothers him that they haven't been given, their due process.
Sure, that's what he said. Yeah,
So when I see on something on the news where one of the men, I don't remember his immigrant status, but he was a gay man working in a bakery.
Okay.
And they took him and they showed him having his head shaved, and they said he was crying and calling for his mother.
Okay.
And when I see that, and knowing that man is not going to see the light of day and is going to have bright fluorescent lights on all day and is going to be probably raped in prison with 80 men in a cell. And I think, oh, my God, how can any company profit or shore up their profits by carrying a flight with a man like that on it?
Okay, but Kathy, understand these deportation flights by Avello haven't even started yet. They're not supposed to start for another 2 or 3 weeks.
Yes, but it still doesn't less inflame your passions. And what do you wait till they start? And then it's the cat's out of the bag.
Well, do we know, Kathy, that, I mean, look, when I say calm down, what I mean is let's let stories evolve. Now, to me, if Avello starts these flights and they are somehow party to bad deportations, to people that we find out should not have been deported, then I would say, well, yeah, they're party to this. Kathy, my only point is we're automatically assuming the worst here, and that's not good for society. And I've also said here on this show that if the White House screws up, they're making it even worse by not admitting they're screwing up and continuing to do what they're doing. But my only point was, I think we do ourselves a disservice if we constantly say, oh, my God, this is the end. It's not good.
Well, we could say, all right, and then the other point was the opinion writer said, take it to the courts. Well, the courts didn't like, the Supreme Court didn't like the term effectuate the return of the other man, not the man I was talking about.
Yes.
And they liked facilitate.
Yeah.
And now the White House is using that and resisting the best they can to get this man back. So that's another argument for maybe assuming the worst, because once these people get there, it's going to take a pretty long time and a pretty long fight to get them out.
You are right. And, Kathy, thank you. And I did the other day, I chastised the White House for that. I said, stop playing. And, Kathy, thank you once again. I understand what you're saying. But I said, let's stop playing footsie here with the language. Go get the guy. The guy should be. If a court says that was improper, they need to get the guy back.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident reported Route 8 northbound approaching the Commodore Hull Bridge near exit 12. Delays go back towards exit 9. Once you get onto the Derby side of the bridge, you're fine heading further north. Parkway's heaviest, Route 7 up to 42 in Westport thanks to an earlier crash. Moderate volume up by the Fairfield Rest, 44 to 46. 95's heavy out of Stamford Greenwich, a little bit heavy up by Sherwood Island into Southport. 95 delayed into West Haven and Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
Hey, a lot more coming up in the news right now on WICC.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump hosted El Salvador's president today and indicated more deportations are coming.
As many as we can get out of our country.
Members of Trump's team defended the deportation of a Maryland man to a prison in El Salvador. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us.
CBS's Nancy Cordes.
They don't believe that they are required to bring him back to the United States, even though he may have been sent in error. And if he were to be returned to the United States by the president of El Salvador, who was sitting right there, they said they would simply turn around and send him right back. They said he will not live here in the United States.
The president hinted at some more tariff exemptions today. Business reporter Jason Brooks.
Tech stocks got a lot of help on the White House announcing tariff exemptions for electronics devices and semiconductors, overcoming a clarification from President Trump that those categories still face potential tariffs down the road. Trump also said he's looking to help car companies as they need time to adjust to tariffs, and that helped rally shares higher for GM, Ford, and Stellantis.
Correspondent Joe Ling Kent is following the antitrust trial of Meta Platforms over its acquisition of Instagram and WhatsApp.
The idea that the FTC is arguing is that as a result of Meta owning these social media platforms, they are able to degrade the quality of the experience that you have on social media as a result of ads or the targeted experience, things like that.
Correspondent Matt Piper has the latest on the fire at the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania and the suspect in the case.
Court documents show he told police he had planned to beat Governor Josh Shapiro with a sledgehammer if he encountered him after breaking into the governor's mansion over the weekend, and that he harbored hatred for him. The Harrisburg fire chief says the damage to the historic residence will be in the millions.
An all-female team traveled to space today on a Blue Origin spacecraft.
I'm Peter King. CBS's Gail King kissed the ground after leaving the spacecraft.
Thank you, Jesus.
She made no secret of her fear heading into this, telling a Blue Origin interviewer.
The flight instructor said that I am her best success story. Why? Because she's never had somebody go through the course who's terrified of flying.
Entertainer Katy Perry sang "What a Wonderful World" in Zero Gravity.
It's about this wonderful world that we see right out there and appreciating it. This is all for the benefit of Earth.
An earthquake rattled Southern California today with a magnitude of 5.2. No serious damage was reported. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
At Progressive, we're making things even easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A moped rider has died in a crash with a vehicle in Norwalk. The collision happened at around 4 a.m. yesterday at the intersection of West Avenue and Reed Street. The moped rider is identified as 52-year-old Jose Oliveira, and he died at the hospital soon after the crash. The driver of the vehicle that was involved remained at the scene and was not injured. A firefighter was injured battling a camper fire in Seymour. The blaze was reported on Friday afternoon at a home on Lane Street, and it took around a half hour to bring the flames under control. One firefighter was treated for an injury department officials do not believe is serious. The camper is a total loss, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. North Haven First Selectman Michael Frieda is recovering after suffering a medical episode that involved a brain bleed. Frieda's executive assistant is confirming that he suffered the medical episode last week and says he's currently recovering at home. Frieda has been ordered to take some personal time to continue his healing, and his family is asking for space to help him fully recover. No details have been released about the medical episode that led to the brain bleed. And Connecticut lawmakers are reacting to the attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro this past weekend. 38-year-old Cody Balmer is in custody after he allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail into Governor Shapiro's mansion at 2 a.m. Sunday. The Connecticut Republican Caucus released a statement regarding the attack, saying in part, quote, Connecticut state Republicans condemn this violence in the strongest terms. It is disgusting and disgraceful. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident cleared Route 8 northbound approaching the Commodore Hull Bridge. Still a little bit heavy coming out of Shelton. Northbound on the Parkway is a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk still pretty heavy into 41, 42. Delays 44 to 46 on the Fairfield side of the no exit zone. 95 a little bit heavy out of Stamford. Delays now Sherwood Island getting into Southport Fairfield. 95 pretty busy from Orange getting into West Haven. Route 8 looks good into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight and a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, the state of Connecticut, where we're one of the richest states in the entire nation, with one of the 2 or 3 richest counties in the nation. Usually, every year those numbers come out with Fairfield County. Yes, we're being told that we may have to hike taxes here to pay for outstanding student lunch and breakfast debt. I don't get this. Now, what we're talking about here is a public hearing that was set today to get the public's input, and maybe this is just running up the poll here to make the people happy and whoever wants this. But 2 cents an ounce on sugary drinks, syrups, and powders with the tax revenue there. Say it's on an 8-ounce bottle of whatever, that would be 16 cents. That would go to retire the debt for school districts who don't have kids paying their way, or, owing money, rather, who do have kids owing money for breakfast and lunches at schools. And apparently a little less than half of the districts in the state, 73 districts out of 169 participating in the National School Lunch Program, had, in 2024 alone last year, $860,000 plus in unpaid meal debt. The survey found 43% of school districts reported an increase in school meal debt in the fall of 2024. So now, for some reason, these debts are high or whatever. Okay, that's a separate investigation. But now this is leading to some legislators in Hartford saying, hey, let's tax our way out of this. Well, am I completely opposed to maybe a penny here or a penny there? Nah, not necessarily. But you know how to convince me on that? Promise me you'll fix this into the budget. Stop doing a tax on everything. We have a state that has a 2-year budget biennium of about $55 billion. So again, to run the state for 2 years, it's about $50 billion, 55, 56, whatever it is. And we can't find $860,000 to make these school districts whole, WHOLE. I don't know. This is one of these things that drives me nuts. We're legislating over $862,555. It is nuts. So I asked the question here at our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you favor a 2-cent per ounce tax, 2 cents per every ounce on sweetened beverages to pay for a universal free school meal program in the state? I wouldn't like to see that permanently, but if we could wipe the debt with a couple of cents here and there for 1 or 2 years, and then say starting in 2027 or 2028 or whatever, make this a permanent part of what we're doing here. But the notion in this state, one of the richest states in the country, with one of the richest counties in all of America, in the world for that matter, in Fairfield County. And we're running debts and deficits, not necessarily on a state level, but on a local level, of kids trying to get fed properly. For whatever reason, the parents, whatever, for whatever reason, to me, this stuff is mind-boggling. So let me know what you think. Call or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Apparently, there was supposed to be a public hearing today for a 2-cent per ounce tax on sweetened, I don't even know what that means. I'll have to read the bill. Sweetened beverages. The money, they say, would go to a universal free school meal program right here in the great state of confusion.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
With uncertainty in the air, it's easy to feel overwhelmed about your financial future. Now, more than ever, when it comes to planning for retirement, don't go it alone. Bridgelight Financial Advisors is here for you, creating a personalized strategy to help you secure and navigate the retirement you deserve. Retirement isn't just about having enough. It's about feeling confident, no matter what tomorrow brings. Plan for a stable, confident retirement, no matter what the world throws your way. With Bridgelight Financial Advisors. Call or visit them today at bridgelightadvisors.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Connecticut paid leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut paid leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, April 25th when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays and be ready to receive a great Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Hockey Jersey Night, presented by DKNY. The first 18,000 guests will receive a Yankees hockey jersey. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and the Blue Jays for Yankees Hockey Jersey Night, presented by DKNY on Friday, April 25th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
When disaster strikes, whether it's a house fire, furnace malfunction, or burst pipes,
Trust me, Felicia, the owner of Robin Hood Adjusters, to be your advocate. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in increasing the settlement value of your insurance claim and shielding you from unethical lowball offers by the insurance giants. Visit RobinHoodAdjustersCT.com and see how I can help protect your interests and get you the compensation you deserve. At Robin Hood Adjusters, I work for you.
Whether your current home security is just a lock and paranoid dog, or if you have an outdated system ready for an upgrade, achieve security and peace of mind when you call the experts at Property Protection Consulting. Go to ppcalarms.com, see their solutions, view their videos, gain simple, state-of-the-art security, all working in concert and fully installed at a low cost. Schedule your complimentary consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, still some extra company out of Stamford. A little bit slow, Sherwood Island up into Southport. Parkway's not too bad. Stamford up to Norwalk. A little bit slow into 41, 42, 44 to 48 with some company. Not too bad. Route 8 heading up into Derby and Shelton. Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years now, accepting non-perishable food donations, supporting our local food banks. Drop and shop at Spectre Furniture, Main Street, and Sonia. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, the low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
God, I love how she says that. I think about it at night. We'll get to Senator Eric Berthel. He's waiting online. Eric, hang on. We'll be right to you. Anne's been hanging on in Newtown, though. Anne, hey, how are you? You're on the air. What's up?
Hi. Yes, a couple of thoughts on those 2 cents.
Yeah.
What if we stopped paying for all those sugary drinks with our food stamps and WIC and whatnot and put that towards state lunches? What if instead of hiring another administrator, we lay off one administrator per county, and that would do it? Every time we have a little bit of money, we hire an administrator, and every time the budget comes up a little short, we fire teachers.
Good point.
It happens every single time.
Yeah, and Ann, to your point about WIC and all that, and Ann, thank you. I did read. I don't know whether you saw this, and I don't know how they'd be able to do this, but one of the things coming out of the Trump White House is trying to bar people who are on SNAP. SNAP used to be food stamps. It's called a Supplemental Nutritional Aid Program, whatever. Not allowing so-called junk food, sugary beverages, and things like that to be purchased with a SNAP card. But how do you do that? I mean, really, on a local basis, how do you do that? All right, speaking of those who govern us, let's shift gears as we got some input earlier from Jim Cameron on the same situation. We welcome Republican State Senate member Eric Berthel, 32nd District, to the show. He's been on numerous times among the cities and towns in the district: Bethlehem, Brookfield, Middlebury, Oxford, Roxbury, Seymour, Watertown, outside Waterbury and Woodbury. Hey, Eric, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, Paul. Thank you for having me on. Always a pleasure to spend a little time with you talking about issues. And we have a big one, huh?
Yeah. Eric, what's the end game for your compatriots on the other side of the aisle here with a velo here? I mean, I understand there's controversy here, but is it really the place of one party or the other to pick a political fight here? with a company that is operating, as far as I know, Eric, legally. Well, what's the end game here?
Well, Paul, that's a great question, and I think that it's really just the continued hatred for anything that is associated with the Trump administration. And I think the most egregious part of this whole situation is that the Attorney General has really taken this on to be what he believes is the purview of his office, to go so far as to say that we're going to potentially revoke deals we made with Avello to plant their East Coast operation at Tweed. And I find it so remarkably disturbing that an attorney general thinks that his political opinion is valid and relevant to a decision that we would make about a company who's operating in Connecticut in what is supposed to be a free market, right? And that they came here, they made a decision, and that if you don't agree with his position, that being the Attorney General, if you don't agree with his political position, then you're subject to scrutiny and condemnation for having a different opinion than him. That is just so far out of bounds for anything. I don't even know what his purview is. What is he going to do? Is he going to arrest them or something? Is he going to close them down, have their licenses revoked? What letter of the law has Avello broken in terms of any agreement that they have to operate an airline in the state of Connecticut? They're job creators, Paul. The only reason why Tweed is probably even open today anymore, and with no disrespect to the private airplane owners down there, but no one was doing business at Tweed. No one cared. It could have been washed into Long Island Sound. And you have a job created, an airline that said, I'm going to invest in Connecticut. And then this is the stupidity we're at, because they don't like that Avello made a decision, a financial decision as well.
That's what their boss said, right, Eric? Isn't that what their boss said? He says, basically, we need this to stay alive, right?
Exactly. And because they're doing something that is an action of the Trump administration, my goodness, imagine that. We're deporting people that are in our country illegally. My goodness. I mean, how dare we uphold the law and we try to go and clean up the mess that was 4 years of the Biden administration's failed immigration policy, that now we have and this airline that's really just trying to, help uphold the law is being criticized because it's a Trump thing.
Yeah, and
Paul, that's what I think it all comes down.
Well, and Eric, I mean, and I've said on this show, I could see, look, if all of a sudden we uncovered mass illegal activity by Avello, or they're money laundering, or they've taken part. They knew that these people should have been deported, but they didn't anyway. I mean, these flights haven't even started, Eric. And by the way, I told my listeners, it's not easy to find. It's not hard, rather, to find those couple of stories out of the New York Post during the Biden years when Avello was flying migrants around the country. It's odd, Eric. Nothing was said about that, was it?
No, it wasn't. And the other thing, Paul, that the people, let's make sure that your listeners' ears are wide open and their eyes are wide open. That I'll go out on a limb here, and someone can fact check me and send me a note if they want. But I'm going to guess that all of the airlines that operate out of Bradley International Airport, I happen to be an American Airlines guy. They've always been my airline, for better or worse. Yeah. But I'm going to guess that American, United, Southwest, JetBlue, Breeze, I don't know who else operates out of Bradley. But I'm guessing they might have moved some of these folks around over time as well. And no one's throwing a dart at them. No one's trying to call them out. And again, Paul, what I find so egregious about this is that if you're a business and you're looking at the Northeast, you got to take a step back right now and say, my goodness,
why would I go to Connecticut?
I'm not aligned politically, right, with the government of the state of Connecticut, with the Attorney General and with our senators and representatives in Washington. If I'm not aligned with their political thinking, I'm going to be subject to high scrutiny. And maybe even going forward, Paul, they're not even going to get an opportunity to be offered maybe a subsidy or a tax break or some incentive to come to Connecticut. And I just think that's terrible. We are not in a position in Connecticut where we can be waving off businesses that want to come in that will attract more people into our state and grow our economy. We are absolutely not in that situation right now. And I think this is a terrible injustice that's being taken out against the good folks at Avelo Airlines.
And Eric, finally, in about the minute we have left, now the Democratic majority, they attached an amendment to that Trust Act bill last week, and they didn't mention Avelo, but we know who they were talking about.
Sure.
Does that have a chance in either chamber? You think the governor would sign that knowing it was in there or not? Because as you say, signing that, would the governor be sending the signal that you said we don't need to be sending?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. I don't know if the governor will sign it. I sure as heck hope not, Paul. I think it's a terrible piece of legislation, and the Trust Act in itself needs to really be completely reviewed and adjusted, and not in the direction that the committee went with their action at the end of last week. So I'm hopeful that maybe it's just more of an optics piece for that bill. But my gut tells me that it'll get called, and then whether or not the governor signs it, I think is going to be a real tricky moment for him going forward.
Republican State Senator Eric Berthel. Eric, always good to chat with you, my friend. Be good, take care, and we'll talk
Paul.
down the road. Thanks. There you go. And what we're talking about is, in case you missed it, last week, the majority Democratic Party in Hartford, they're the majority, they can do this, they took a bill that had to do with tightening up the Trust Act, and they inserted an amendment that it didn't name Avelo directly, but it basically said, hey, we're not going to do subsidies for airlines, quote unquote, that do any sort of deportation action.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, still some extra company out of Stamford. A little bit slow, Sherwood Island up into Southport. Parkway's not too bad. Stamford up to Norwalk. A little bit slow into 41, 42, 44 to 48 with some company. Not too bad. Route 8 heading up into Derby and Shelton. Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years now, accepting non-perishable food donations, supporting our local food banks. Drop and shop at Spectre Furniture, Main Street, Ansonia. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Serving my country required sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. El Salvador's president was at the White House today, where most of the questions from reporters centered around a Maryland man deported to that country and whether he would be returned. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
He said there's no point in him sending him to the U.S. if he is as dangerous as the White House says.
The White House says he's a gang member. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's fire chief provided a few more details about the Sunday fire at the governor's mansion.
When we look at the fire grew fairly quickly because it was accelerated by those Molotov cocktails that were used in the firebombing.
A man is in custody. The governor wasn't hurt. Deborah Rodriguez reports many businesses aren't waiting for tariffs to charge their customers more.
Some companies are charging flat fees, others a percentage of the total cost of a given purchase for everything from cars to clothing.
President Trump has relaxed tariffs on electronics, and he indicated he may do the same for the auto industry. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A funeral service took place earlier this morning for the man shot and killed by Bridgeport police late last month. The funeral was held at Messiah Baptist Church on Congress Street, which is coincidentally located mere steps away from Bridgeport Police Headquarters. Friends and family of Deshaun Best remembered him as a hardworking commercial truck driver and father, among many other things, at the service. State Inspector General Robert Devlin recently released his report into the investigation of the shooting. According to Bridgeport Police, Best fled from them and displayed an object that appeared to be a gun. Best was shot twice by Officer Yoon Hiao, and attorney Darnell Crosland, who represents the family, says images show the object was clearly a vape pen. Crosland says the family is planning to sue the department for $40 million. Bridgeport may eliminate up to 40 teacher positions in an effort to close a projected $28 million budget shortfall. The city may also furlough all school employees for a week without pay to help address the massive budget deficit. The proposals to cut costs in the district also include eliminating school librarians along with bus transportation for around 2,500 students. The proposal is still being considered by the Board of Education's Finance Committee. A fire caused major damage at a three-family home in Ansonia Sunday evening. Fire crews were dispatched to Hubble Avenue just after 6 p.m. and encountered heavy fire and smoke on the third-floor porch. Ansonia Fire Chief Alex Horgeson said everyone in the home was evacuated safely. Ansonia Fire Marshal Derek Lundeen is investigating the cause of the fire. A long effort by a cannabis company to open a pot shop in Stamford near the Darien border is now over. Nautilus Cannabis had been approved by the city to open a pot shop on East Main Street, but a nearby business filed a lawsuit to block the shop. The city's zoning board was also sued by the opponents, and Nautilus has now ended its pursuit of a dispensary at the site. It's unclear what will now become of the property now that Nautilus is no longer involved. A developer has dropped plans for a 126-unit apartment complex in Stratford. Developer Affordability LLC had been seeking to build 2 apartment buildings on Oronoque Lane. Town planners recently rejected the proposal, agreeing with opponents who say it would overwhelm infrastructure and put public safety at risk. Affordability LLC indicates that it will not appeal the decision and that their involvement with this property is now over. As the legislative session reaches its halfway point, elected officials across the state are meeting with residents to hear their concerns. Republican State Senator Steve Harding spoke with Fox 61 and said that while the Republican Party remains in the minority statewide, this past election cycle had been encouraging.
We had some races where, particularly in Lower Fairfield County, where many people had written off the Senate Republican. We had resounding victories by Senator Fazio and Senator Wong.
The state GOP has made cost of living a central issue, with numerous proposed tax cuts and plans to address rising energy costs statewide. While many of the proposals focus on short-term cuts to residents' monthly energy bills, Harding says that his party is looking to the future as well.
But the long-term plans is looking at ways to increase our supply, making affordability a huge aspect. I think primarily what we've seen from Democrats is they've really pushed the Green New Deal, and that we've purchased very unaffordable energy and put that on the backs of the consumers. What we're saying in the Republican caucus is we could still strive for renewable energy, but do it in an affordable manner.
State officials are also increasingly worried about a potential financial crisis in the face of increased spending cuts from D.C. Democrats, including House Speaker Matt Ritter, are urging the governor to declare a fiscal emergency and provide funds from the state's surplus to address any potential losses. This move by the governor would allow lawmakers to work around the state's fiscal guardrails. In a conversation with NBC, Speaker Ritter emphasized the need to make a decision quickly.
We need to be prepared as a state for federal reductions. No one's hitting the alarm button. No one's panicking. But we have a unique system because of the fiscal guardrails. If we don't act by June 30th, 1.5 billion approximately, will go into the pension fund. We may need that money.
Governor Lamont has maintained that it is still too early to make changes to the state's existing guardrails. The tax deadline is tomorrow, and New Canaan resident and tax expert Roy Abramowitz gave News 12 some advice for last-minute filers. This includes filing online for a quicker refund, paying attention to letters from the IRS, and taking all the deductions you can, especially if you work from home.
If you work at home, take a home office deduction and include everything. Portion of the mortgage, the real estate taxes, repairs and maintenance, landscaping, everything.
Abramowitz also said that recent federal layoffs have caused delays, so make sure you request a certified return receipt as proof of your filing. And over 20,000 fans came out for a parade and rally in Hartford to celebrate the national champion UConn women's basketball team. The team rode atop an open-air bus on the route from the state capitol to the XL Center, where a victory rally was held. Speakers at the rally included UConn head coach Gino Auriemma, NCAA Final Four Most Outstanding Player Az Fudd, Governor Ned Lamont, and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz. UConn star and WNBA projected #1 draft pick Paige Beckers also addressed the crowd.
Obviously, we had our ups and downs, but so does everybody else. But as soon as the tournament started, we had this confident, light vibe to us that we just felt like something was different. And obviously, just how connected we were and the power of friendship, like we all talk about.
UConn beat South Carolina last Sunday to win the team's 12th national title. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 with just a few heavy waves out of Stamford. A pretty heavy wave now from Sherwood Island getting up into Southport. Fairfield Parkway's not too bad. Stamford up to Norwalk, slow at 41-42. Delays by the Fairfield Rest, we'll call it 44-46. Route 8 looks good. 95, moderate volume. West Haven, Milford, Orange. Parkway's heavy by the West Rock Tunnel. 84 is okay through Newtown into Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight. The low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And for you at here, 537, I have another case of what my mantra is: just calm the freak down until we know more. I'll have that for you momentarily. Let's go to Joe, though. He's been hanging on here on WICC. Hey, Joe in Monroe. What's up, sir? How are you?
Good. Yourself?
I'm good, Joe. What's hanging today? What do you got?
So you have a company that sells a product.
Mm-hmm.
It happens to be a service. It happens to be flights. They're not determining whether someone broke the law, didn't break the law here illegally or legally.
Exactly.
And it's just a seat, and they transport people.
Yep. And
because the people in the state have such, and I say it, Trump derangement system. These guys are out of their minds. So if we have someone here in Connecticut that makes handcuffs or zip ties, and they're used to restrain these guys while they're being deported,
Hey,
how many more companies-
Joe, don't give him any ideas, Joe. Don't give him any ideas.
Oh my God! I mean, you see what we did. You see what we did with GE, and we're chasing all these companies.
Yeah.
We're talking about, we have a federal deduction coming, and Bridgeport can't hit their budget, and we want to make it harder for companies that are here in the state to just make a living. Don't they have anything else better to do with their time?
No, they don't, Joe, because that means they would actually have to figure policy decisions out, Joe, and that never happens in Hartford. It never happens. Never.
It's a real shame because, you know what, all they're doing is playing games over there. They don't want to focus. They don't want to do their job. They want to make headlines, and that's all they care about. And they have to show where they stand. And, we've been very lucky here in this state that we haven't had, any murders by illegals, and we've been safe. Now, you see a few things. If a few things happened here, you know what? This could completely flip on them. And then they're going to be running for cover.
Well, and Joe, you're breaking up a little bit, but thank you for the call. Good thoughts there. I don't think even, God forbid, if we had an illegal or 2 or 3 kill some people in the state, they wouldn't care. The majority in Hartford wouldn't care. What are they going to do? They're not going to change anything. And I'm not trying to be spiteful saying this. This is me after I've watched this stuff for 40 years. It's not going to change. As long as the big city delegations of Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven run this state, nothing's going to change. Nothing will change. Now, again, to be fair, I said, if we find that Avello is in the middle and or complicit with law-breaking or human rights violations, okay, you want to reassess? You want to reassess the state, any sort of financial or fiscal aid they give Avello? Okay, you can do that. But my God, like I said, calm down. Nothing has happened yet. None of these flights, at least at this point, we don't know what's in the future. None of these flights are coming out of Tweed. They're apparently coming out of Mesa, Arizona. As our friend Jim Cameron said the other day, they are a carrier airline. They do contractual work. They apparently schlep sports teams all over. And again, there were pictures of Avello Airlines 2 or 3 years ago flying migrants into Westchester who then got on buses, and some came to Bridgeport or Danbury. But again, the majority in Hartford is okay with that because they've got to maintain the state's population until the 2030 census. Remember, the census doesn't only count citizens, it counts residents. And there is a constant outflow of residents from Illinois, from New Jersey, from New York, from Connecticut, California, and they all head south. And you have a scenario here where you've got these states knowing they're losing people, saying, hey, we've got to use migrants, quote unquote. We need to use them to keep our overall numbers up so we don't lose seats in the House of Representatives after the 2030 census. All right. 203-333-9422. When we come back, I will give you another example of, please, for the love of sweet Jesus and everybody he knows, can we please calm down?
It's a fact. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest name brand discount tire dealer. It's a fact. Town Fair Tire sells Toyo tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than any other tire dealer for the life of your Toyo tires. So, if you're looking for Toyo tires, nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody. And that, my friends, is a fact.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire. Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a quick tap through Stamford, mainly southbound, northbound, a little bit slow. Sherwood Island up into Southport, Fairfield. Parkway's a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk, delays at 41-42. A little bit of company left, Fairfield side of the no exit zone. Route 8's in pretty good shape. Moderate volume, 95, Milford getting up to West Haven and Long Wharf. And Parkway northbound accident by the West Rock Tunnel getting out of New Haven into Hamden. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening with a few showers moving in after midnight, a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And sometimes what's really going on just means you sit back, you catch your breath, and you say, this is interesting. I'll give you interesting momentarily, because now we're, a handful, a couple of college students got deported out of Connecticut, and oh my God, you'd think Mussolini was on his way. I'm sorry. I'm going to give you the facts of the story here and a couple of caveats. This story just broke today. First, though, let's go to the town of Brantford, where my mom lived for a few years in her later life. Flo is with us. Hello, Flo. How are you?
Oh, hi, Paul. Flo again.
Hi, Flo.
I talked to you a while ago.
Yep.
I am a proud veteran African-American woman.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Flo, what service, if I can ask you again, what service was that?
I was proud an Army veteran.
Excellent.
I'm an Army veteran.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Hey, Paul, a couple of relatives who are not Democrats. Of course, I am a proud conservative.
Okay.
And
yeah.
they brought to my attention today, I did not watch the parade yesterday. I had another engagement. But they were saying, what a shame that Senator Blumenthal was not recognized. He did not get the opportunity to speak. And I said, I don't know, but I will first one to raise my hand. I believe in protocol.
Yeah.
And what is your take on that?
What parade was this, Flo?
The girls yesterday.
The Yukon parade?
Exactly. They were like, a couple of my relatives kept calling me. I cannot believe they did not allow him to speak.
Flo, I don't know what the protocol of that is now. Being around politicians for 30 or 40 years, sometimes, and again, this is just a guess, Flo. If he did not speak, maybe we didn't see it or hear it, but a lot of times they will ask a member of Congress's office, do you want to say something? Does he or she want to say something? Maybe they'll say no. I would think they recognized him being there, but Flo, honestly, I don't know. I do not know.
I did tell them. I said, I'll listen to Paul today and I'll get his take on it. So I was just curious because, conservative or Republican, I believe in protocol.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Paul, thanks so much for taking my call and take care. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Flo. Appreciate
it. I'm proud to serve this great country.
Flo, thank you, and we're proud to have had you do that. Thank you, Flo, there in Brantford. Yeah, I don't know, folks. Sometimes if politicians show up, if it's a celebratory parade for somebody, I mean, they want to be seen. It's photo ops. I get it. I understand it. But, he probably said, hey, if you want to just say hi, I'll wave, whatever. Okay, how about this? Now, this is in the Connecticut Mirror, all right? Now, let's wind down the show with another edition of Paulie's favorite feature, Calm Down. More than a dozen visas revoked at Connecticut universities. A dozen. Okay, a dozen visas. Didn't say hundreds, didn't say thousands. More than a dozen. So let's say at least 12. Okay? How many tens of thousands of student visas do we have in this state? Considering UConn, Conn College, Yale, Wesleyan, Sacred Heart, Fairfield, Central, Eastern, Southern, and WestConn. The subheadline, this is Amelia Otte's story in the Connecticut Mirror, at least 2 international students at Yale and over a dozen students at UConn have had their visas revoked. Okay, let's scroll down, shall we? The federal government has revoked over a dozen visas for international students at Connecticut colleges and universities, raising alarms. Raising alarms among students, professors, administrators, and lawmakers across the state. A dozen. Not hundreds, not thousands, a dozen. I'm sorry. In my alarm category, a dozen doesn't register. That's just me. On Monday, UConn confirmed that 13 international students have had their visas revoked by the White House. The revocations are part of a government effort that's left hundreds of students across the country. Hundreds. We're talking in a country of 340 million, there are a few hundred. The State Department announced March 27th that it had revoked more than 300 student visas across the U.S. Now, do you think, just when I read something like this, I say, do you think that the criteria for some of these revocations, I'm not saying they're all necessary, but do you think that they see things in their backgrounds and in their files that they say, he or she may be a student, but are they here for another reason? Just saying. I have no idea what they're looking at. Roughly a dozen students across the country have also been detained by the government. And, of course, they're talking about, this guy, Mahmoud Khalil. They said over the weekend, hey, the guy can be deported because he has a green card. He's not a citizen, yada, yada. According to UConn spokesperson Stephanie Reitz, the students at Connecticut's flagship university who've had their visas revoked include 6 undergrads, 6 grads, and 1 postgrad. Reitz said none of the individuals had been given a reason for why they were revoked. UConn has 3,450 international students. So here's my point. Here's my point. There had to be some sort of a reason. Now, do we know the reason? No. Might we ever know the reason? I don't know. But here is where politicians overstep. And frankly, they look less than intelligent. Democratic State Senator Derek Slapp, West Hartford, who co-chairs the legislature's Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, called the situation very distressing. Okay. He said, quote, "It's not about public safety. It's not about national security. I think it's just part of a continued attack on both immigration and higher ed." So hold on a second here, Senator. And I used to know Derek a bit when he was a TV anchor at NBC 30 in Hartford. Did some fill-in work there. Nice guy. Away from the politics. It was nice. So wait a minute now. They've just been told, or officials are saying the White House or the State Department, whatever, gave no reason for the revocations. Okay. And yet you have it. And listen, we may find out they were wrong or shouldn't have been done. That's fine. But you have officials saying, well, we don't know why the visas were revoked. We don't know that. But yet you have a member of the General Assembly who says it's not just about public safety. It's not about national security. Well, wait a minute. Do you know something the schools don't? I mean, it's an honest question. I think it's part of it. I think you're not sure. You think it's part of a continued attack on both immigration and higher ed. Well, okay. So do you have any concrete evidence? And if you do, please show it to me. And I will be the first person to say, you know what? He was right and I was wrong. Do you have any concrete evidence that this is not about security or not? The senator added that if visa revocations end up discouraging international students from staying in the U.S., that could have a negative effect on domestic students as well. And now, Derek Slapp, God bless him, he says what I've been saying for years and what a lot of people at colleges have told me, and they will admit. Oh, international students, we welcome them with open arms. Well, you know why? Cha-ching. Derek Slapp saying, quote, "A lot of these international students pay full tuition and help subsidize the cost of a college education for other students." So again, and I laud him for being honest about this. Representative Greg Haddad, Democrat Mansfield, Slapp's co-chair, said in a statement that there had been, quote, "no credible evidence," unquote, that any of the students who had their visas revoked had violated terms of their stay. All right. So we'll see. Because you have UConn here saying, I want to just give you what Stephanie Reed said here. None of the individuals had been given a reason for why their visas were revoked. Okay. So maybe they are right. But let's not, again, we're talking 5 or 6 students here, and sometimes it comes out in the end. Why? I'll give you an example of that coming up. First, let's put a wrap on of traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, still a little bit busy in through Stamford, and then heavy waves will call it in through Westport, anywhere from Sherwood Island getting up into the Fairfield Rest. Parkway's a good ride. Stamford up to Norwalk, a little bit slow, 41, 42. That's getting better. Not too bad on the Fairfield side. Route 8 looks good up into Derby, Shelton. Still a little bit slow, 95 into West Haven. And an accident cleared at the West Rock Tunnel. Still delays, though, getting out of Orange up into the tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clouding over this evening with the showers arriving after midnight, a low near 40. Any showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Cloudy through the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
the Huskies, the Nittany Lions, the Orange. Attention high school students. Tuesday, April 22nd is the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. Meet admissions counselors from over 175 colleges and businesses. Explore your next step after high school at the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair, April 22nd from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. It's free and open to all students and families. Info at ctcollegefair.com. Presented by Chesla.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, now they supposedly don't know why these UConn students were told to get out or whatever, deportation proceedings underway. Maybe it has something to do with this. Remember this story? A Brown University doctor and assistant professor, she was deported over the weekend from Boston to Lebanon. Why? And everybody said, oh, this woman, she's the pillar of medical knowledge. She prepped patients for transplants. Okay. She sounded like she had a great resume. Well, federal agents found photos of former Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah on her cell phone. And she had photos on the cell phone that she tried to delete of some people who were in Hamas. I know what you're saying. It's just pictures. Okay. Then why did she try and delete them? Why were they on her phone in the first place? Just asking.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick.
Bring Kilmar home! Bring Kilmar home!
Protesters outside the White House today as